My name is Eric. This is my beloved and lovely wife, Rachel. Why old man gets so mad? Well, because somebody on the wrong side of COVID history had the gall to tell me that I didn't understand meta analysis. Excuse me? I don't think so. Anyway,
You were like the only one who understood the meta analysis of
right,
it.
right. And if they mean meta analysis of various, like, if they mean meta analysis as in the evaluation of a multitude of studies done,
Mm.
that's how it's often termed. Well, they're still absolutely wrong. They're still completely wrong. I That's exactly the kind of analysis I do. I try to figure out what's correct by evaluating a multiplicity of stuff, or by determining, or by narrowing the field. Right? It's like, as I was the thing that made me so mad is this is a policy question. What ought we do in circumstances like this, regardless of the specs of it? We ought not fall victim to utilitarianism. The greatest threat to all of humankind is utilitarianism. All evil things ever done are done under the moral justification of utility.
I mean, more and more reports are coming out about what a mess COVID. I don't mean to say that. The thing happened, the pandemic, and like they're saying the things that you're saying, like how the vaccine is totally fucking useless because people are still getting sick with it.
Yeah, it's not a vaccine, right?
No, it's not a
Hi,
vaccine.
Daniel. Barry Sports Highlights. So
Meow.
we've got a lot of exciting stuff going on today, and I didn't want to just start this stream by revisiting why I got so furious at the end of the last time I live streamed. I've got more than that going on today.
Yeah.
Okay, more than that. I took some playing cards to demonstrate to Rachel some concepts for modeling cognitive functions with playing cards. It's a good thing to use potentially to model them with, because you're already starting out with four suits. Now, there are four kinds of cognitive function: knowledge, action, deliberation, and interface. So two extroverted and two introverted. Of course, there are eight total expressions because of the fact that each of those kinds of cognition expresses in a experiential or physical form, and in a communication or metaphysical form. Hi, Pug Pugsidon. Hi, Maxim Gorky. Salute from Russia. Здравствуй, Vladimir. What are we talking about? Well, I would like to probably revisit the topic um, of reasons to be alarmed, reasons to be alarmed about doomsday stuff. I don't know all the specs about the ruling on presidential immunity, but I suspect that, given the specs of this case, that the Supreme Court's ruling is being interpreted too broadly by those who oppose Trump. It probably is rather narrowly construed, as Supreme Court rulings usually are. However, I haven't read the actual ruling. Jude says, I went home with a trans girl yesterday, and now everyone says I'm gay. Please tell me what I should do, poophead. I have no idea. Hi, Ava O Ow Phi. Vladimir Putin's here saying free Palestine. I'm not keeping Palestine locked up. Is that Pops? I am not Pops. I'm Eric. Navi says, yo, what up, Pops? I will nevertheless respond to it. Not much is up. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. I made a nice list earlier of things that are unprecedentedly alarming in the status quo. Now, granted, geopolitical risk of nuclear war and stuff, that's not truly unprecedented, but it seems as though there are more link stories to it now than ever before. Thanks, Ava Alfie. I think you're cool too. Okay. It's very hot, and this soil is not particularly good at retaining water. It may be that it's not particularly good at drainage. Is another way of putting it. You know, I want the water to go down low under the ground, and the roots to do so as well. But that's a bit of a challenge here because of the large amount of clay in the soil. Let's think that one. Sure thing, Navi. Ted Felcher. I don't think I know any Ted Nugent songs. Remember when Uncle Sam told if one condom are better than two? I don't know anything about that. Good day, brother. Australia here. Bless. Hope you have a good day. I've had a good day. And welcome to you, Australia. I hope you're having a wonderful day there as well. You've become promoted to a continent. One of my Mandela effects is I recall in my childhood that Australia was not considered a continent. But now I learned that not only is it, but it always was. To which I say, really? Oh, really? So I am not searching for petrol. Nobody in America calls gasoline petrol, okay? Could you get any more euro in your word choice? I don't think so. Yeah, I've got metric liters of petrol in my car, in my automobiles. That's how Europeans talk. I've got metric liters of petrol in my autobus. Sean, hello. So, one of the things we were talking about earlier, and which led to me getting so mad, I could not believe it. Like, the thing that makes me madder than anything else probably is when smart people display attachment to terribly wrong and dumb ideas. So I have this list, which I will put so for you to be able to see someplace maybe. Let me just mute them out here. Okay. Open. Alarmist stuff. I have this list of 9 things about which one might feel alarmist or should feel alarmist that are kind of unique to now. Okay. Because the thing is, people for all of human history have been talking about the end is near, etc. And by and large, it's all just been alarmist nonsense. But now it certainly feels like, and with good cause, that we've got more reason to be alarmed, more legitimate reason to be alarmed than we've ever had in the past.
Has the Y-Files helped you feel that way?
Yeah, and a lot of other videos I've been watching too. So for number 10, we're going to have exactly 10 of these. I guess I would say, okay, well, for number 10, let me put, shadow government, okay, which is just to say the increasing primacy of existing institutions of government, not neither being legitimately subject to civilian oversight of elected officials or not respecting that or whatever, right? So now then for number 10, I'm gonna put bad frames. Okay. And for bad frames, there's 2 specific bad frames that are of substantial concern. One is the primacy of utilitarianism as a justification. Okay. And number 2 is the deifying / demonizing of science. And the reason is because there's science as a process, right? And then there's science as a belief or an institution or as the thing that you side with. Those are very different things. People don't like science as a process because that requires a lot more openness to maybe ideas that aren't so conventionally, that aren't mainstream accepted, right? There's different kinds of things that you ought to be skeptical of and things you ought not be skeptical of, right? So why did I rage quit earlier? Because I was furious. Right. The point is, if you're talking to me about the utility of the lockdowns, whether or not it was a good idea, and like Bo was saying, essentially, because viruses are most deadly at the beginning of their their development that it made sense to control people in that fashion. Of course, if you're asking that question, if I'm engaging on that ground at all, I've already conceded a utilitarian framework, okay? And we have to ask things in terms of legitimacy first. On whom does the onus lie to make decisions regarding their own well-being, health, and safety? And under what circumstances might there be exceptions? We can conceive of emergencies involving seriously bad, thanks, Cloven Beast, regarding some seriously bad diseases going around, airborne Ebola that kills 50% of the people it encounters, three-quarters of the people it encounters. And we can imagine in that context that some government agency might say, given this emergency, we're going to implement something like martial law for a week or two, right? Remember that emergency powers are predicated on things being emerging. But what we can't conceive of is a world in which medical threats justify the extended long-term restriction of individual liberties to the extent that you deny massive swaths of the population the ability to, or the right to make a living, in which you just throw the idea of the right to free assembly right out the window. And instead of trusting adults to make their own decisions and keeping everybody informed, and remember, anybody who's at risk can always take extra measures to keep themselves safe. The point is, we deal with legitimacy concerns first. And then we talk about what it, if and when it's absolutely necessary for us to do something illegitimate because of the incredible risks involved or something, then okay, we can talk about that potentially as a something that might be done temporarily, but keeping in mind that temporary means temporary, emergency means emergent. I was really emotional because it's shocking to me now that history has proved me entirely correct about COVID from the outset, that people are still arguing as though it was a mixed bag or something. In no way, shape, or form was our response to COVID anything but a complete fucking disaster. As I indicated from the very outset, the correct course of action was to let it run its course. Inform everybody, let them make their own decisions, place the onus on the proper party, the individual who owns their body and is responsible for their own health and can make their own decisions regarding risk. Now, unfortunately, the other thing that made me mad is I could not get through this topic of reasons why right now is a good time to feel alarmist, right? Reasons why now, unlike any point previous in my life, feels as though, okay, maybe shit is going to get crazy. Maybe shit is going to go down, you know? And this list here covers the 10 things. Unfortunately, when I addressed the issue of pandemics, I was pointing out the harms of them are not merely from, and in fact, not primarily from the disease itself, but rather from the situations where attempts to solve the problem are worse than the problem itself. Things like the drug war, right? All right, so population economics. What does that mean? Well, in the West, broadly speaking, in the free and civil West, we see people reproducing at below replacement, which is to say fewer than 1.5 kids per person. Hi, famous person, good to see you. William, I am being intellectually honest. Thank you. So, and the thing is, me getting super mad and emotional is not intellectually dishonest. It's not a sign that I'm not being intellectual or rational at all. It's a sign that as a rational person who also cares about humanity, the good, the just, the true, I can get enraged by what I see as evil, obfuscating, or just plain boneheaded wrongness to the detriment of everybody. All right, so population economics is one thing that we should be very concerned about in America anyway, because we see increasingly a growing population of old people being supported by this Ponzi scheme called Social Security, namely young people paying into this system that they're never going to receive money back from. Okay. So that's one reason why we might feel like the country is in an uncertain state. We should feel as though we've not been here before, right? Number two, climate change. So we are seeing ever increasing volatility in terms of the climate, which is consistent with periods of state change between two equilibria. So accordingly, we're going to see ever more dramatic wild weather and also extremes of temperature and such. Some of those may or may not be consistent with ecosystems continuing to survive in their status quo form. And as you get to new extremes in certain areas in terms of climate, you may find the more fragile components of a given ecosystem just die because they can't handle it getting to 121 degrees outside or something. Robert Kennedy for president. Not a bad choice there, Michael Whiteman. I'd rather you say that than either Trump or Biden, that's for sure. Spanish or English? Obviously, I'm speaking English.net, but I can speak a little bit of Spanish if need be. What are you doing here? I'm explaining the world to everybody. Number three, political division. There shouldn't be political division of the sort that we have, namely a bunch of team tests that people apply to others to determine whether they're the boogeyman or the good guy, and it's just a bunch of blaming on, it's 95% of political discourse in America anyway is who should we blame and why, and how they're so evil. So that's something where, yes, it's been this divided before, in terms of like the Civil War and shit, but I don't think the quality of the discourse has been so unhinged since then, probably. So Anthony Fernandez says, I wish there was one government, one currency for the whole world. No war. I mean, except for the incredibly brutal campaign of conquest that would be required in order to create this one government, which nobody feels represented by because the fewer people representing the larger number and the further away they are from you, the less legitimate the rule, obviously. But Anthony Fernandez, you're just an example of political division run amok. You've got your crazy idea, other people have their crazy ideas, they're wildly in conflict with one another, and nobody's willing to do adult style politics, which deals with boring shit, not extremes, right? So yeah, political division is a big problem. People want to say those darn meows are to blame or these darn meows are to blame, instead of being insistent on being correct, which is the only good way to do politics. Number four, geopolitics, war. We've had plenty of opportunity to go to war in all of human history, and since post World War II, we've also had the capacity to engage in nuclear war. But it's worth noting that there have never been as many different link stories to nuclear war as there are now. And as that happened in the past, that we've had Russia making multiple threats to use nuclear weapons. Jeremiah Fix, I'm not sure you know what you're talking about, which trolling you're referring to. It probably isn't trolling. I haven't seen any such thing that you're talking about here. So, yeah. Okay. So when it comes to war, we can all acknowledge that it's possible that we can see ourselves going to war with either Russia or China, North Korea, whatever, that is plausible that nuclear weapons would get involved or some other kind of weapons of mass destruction. Cyber warfare should be on there as well. Well, okay. Uh, I could put that, sure. I'll put it under shadow government. Okay. I'll put cyber war slash sabotage. Okay. So let's go on to pandemics. So we talked about geopolitics involving war, including, say, chemical weapons. Pandemics, we're really talking about biological weapons here, almost for sure, right? Like, it's easy for us to conceive a of a way that we get to nuclear war, and it's easy of us to conceive, a little less easy, but plausible to conceive of a way that we get to, say, chemical warfare. But biological warfare is much less overt, right? So, what is the likelihood that COVID was a lab engineered bioweapon that was either purposefully or accidentally released? I would say the preponderance of the evidence suggests that that is the case. It's more likely to be that than it is to be naturally occurring. And there's a number of reasons to believe that, right? Keep in mind, I don't make specious or spurious claims without justification. Back in the day, it took me quite a while to conclude that indeed it was more likely to be lab created than anything else. I did not jump to that conclusion, but we now know the preponderance of the evidence suggests that it is. Okay, and these are just facts. Okay, I'm not trying to be political here. So the point is, what's most likely to be a concern for our overall well-being in terms of pandemics? Well, the most dangerous possible pandemic is going to be one that's been engineered to be dangerous, some kind of bioweapon. We currently know that various government and non-government forces in the world are engaged in researching deadly viruses, keeping cultures of them, etc. So, regardless of any prohibitions against biological warfare, it's being done. It may be being done under the guise of well, we're trying to come up with solutions to this stuff. We're trying to prevent it from becoming a big problem by studying it in advance so that we can come up with solutions to it. That may be the framing of it, but ultimately, what they're doing is biological warfare research. Well, bioweapons a little different than geopolitical. Geopolitics, meaning war, means conflict between nations. If we were to imagine speculatively, let's say, and we'll never know for sure, but speculatively, let's imagine that um, that there's some organization that believes wholeheartedly that they have humanity's interest in mind, and believe wholeheartedly that they have the environment's interest in mind and the world's interest in mind, and want to humanely as possible reduce the population as much as possible. So, who's doing this biological weapons research? Well, probably multiple countries, either independently or in conjunction with each other. But the point is, if you imagine a group of people who believe wholeheartedly that everyone's long-term interest, that we have an obligation to preserve the world for future generations, that for the good of the species and the planet, we need to find some humanish or fairish way to reduce the population dramatically over the course of the coming years. Well, you can imagine such an organization generating a biological weapon that's designed to do exactly that. Say something that gets old and sick people, it kills them, but it doesn't seem to affect young people at all, right? That's a would be what a perfectly structured disease for that purpose. So one can conceive. I'm not saying it is the case. One can conceive, however, of this sort of thing happening, and that does not necessarily mean that it's geopolitics. It could be some sort of non-governmental organization with a environmentalist frame of reference that prioritizes the well-being of the planet and multiple species over sustaining any individual human life. Now, accordingly, pandemics is different than geopolitics. It is instead more along the lines of either, well, I mean, that's why it's its own thing. I have population economics, I have climate change, I have political division, in other words, an reduced ability or inability to communicate about what ought to be done collectively to any good effect. Talked about geopolitics meaning war, linkages to nuclear war and chemical weapons. Pandemics, linkages to the usage of bioweapons, which, as I proved there, do not necessarily stem from international conflicts between nations. And that's where I got super mad before, is I started going into a little bit that one bit of good news is it seems unlikely that people are going to incur all the harms that we incurred with COVID, with the insane lockdowns and shit. That people aren't going to put up with that again. Obviously, people can't afford to. They couldn't in the first place. Just arbitrarily shut down your business for 2 years, and nobody's allowed to go to your business for 2 years. And then what? And then start up your business again. Well, obviously, I'll be out of business by then. No, I'm saying nuclear war doesn't have to be an obvious conflict between nations, but it does have to be about geopolitics. Whereas, in other words, some group or another disagreeing with some other group or another to nuke, because there's no way that you're going to have anybody release a bioweapon that gets human beings sick on the grounds of protecting the environment, have them think that it's fine to nuke stuff, because that obviously destroys everything, not just the humans. Bharat Cesar, hello, how are you? Won't you tell me your name? One thing you'll hear from doctors sometimes is like, look, just trust my medical expertise. I know all about this stuff. Blah, blah, blah. I don't place any weight in that at all, but nevertheless, it's pretty rich when you didn't have a doctor tell me that I don't know anything about meta-analysis. Sorry, lady, but the fuck. All right, so pandemics, that's obviously a possible thing that could happen. If we just assume we're going to naturally occasionally get a pandemic, well, we know that doesn't happen very often. It happened with the Spanish flu, and then it wouldn't be anything particular to worry about. Because human beings are genetically engineering these kinds of viruses that are potentially much more deadly than naturally occurring viruses would be, it is something to add to this list. Did I see the Portugal match today? Yes, I did. I did see it. It was quite exciting. Um, and I mean, obviously the penalty kicks weren't very exciting as Slovenia just fails completely to stop any, and Portugal stopped them all. But prior to that, it was very nip and tuck game, tense, tense all the way through. Okay, so let's return now to this. So what's next on our list of stuff? Well, one thing to be concerned about that in America's history anyway has never been as well. It has been as bad, but it's never been as bad and as encompassing it as it is now. Is the role of the military-industrial complex and other elements of government that persist between various elected officials, across various elected officials, to engage in a variety of unacceptable kinds of conspiracies that nobody really approves of or illegitimate shit. Well, we already know they do it. It it undermines anybody's confidence that their engagement in the political process is meaningful when you have somebody like James Clapper, who is from the NSA, who well, no, I'm not going to remove Apophis specifically. I'll get to it in a second. When I get to it, we can talk about it. So we do know that we've got intelligence agencies, military industrial shit that's making a lot of decisions for the country, regardless of elected officials, and sometimes isn't even informing elected officials. There are elements within the country who are operating above or beyond the law to no good effect, okay? Or maybe to good effect. How much is it a threat? I don't know. But what I would say is, in its current manifestation, it's uncharted territory. 7, sun flare. Sun flare or any other big source of EMP is going to knock out shit tons of electronics. If we have an event as big as ones we've had in the past, then it could be a serious, like, chaos inducing shit's crazy for months kind of reality. Probably not doomsday, but again, uncharted territory. We've never been this reliant on our electronics, and this is one thing that could go wrong. Still, the same generation is still alive, dropping that bitterness in the world. It seems to live in the XIX century. I don't know what generation you're talking about. I mean, I think most people are trying to do the best they can, but people, you know, thing is, I'm just one guy who's pretty much correct about everything. But there are plenty of things that I don't have answers for, so I'm neither correct nor incorrect. And and the things I am correct about, well, okay, so I'm at the very top of that possible thing. Everybody else has less understanding than I do, by and large, and even accordingly, less agreement than we could hope to expect potentially. So anyway, sun flares, because of our how uniquely dependent we are on electronics, pose now a unique threat that they never had before. 8, AI singularity. Artificial intelligence has various levels that it goes through of progression. Artificial general intelligence is the idea that at some point you'll get essentially an entity with a distinct identity that is just like a human being in terms of its consciousness and capacities. So, the thing is, if you get artificial superintelligence, which is to say, artificial general intelligence that's smarter than humans and can make itself even smarter, then it's hard to say what's going to happen after that. It's totally uncharted territory. Who knows? Bad, good, something in between, all the above. Who knows? Now let's go down to number 9, Apophis / asteroids. Obviously, the planet's always been at risk um, for asteroid impacts, and we've endured them in the past, including early 20th century. It just happened to be over Russia in a very unpopulated area, so nobody really knew about it. But the thing is, we have reason to believe that in 2029, we're at risk for being struck by Apophis, the asteroid Apophis. And the reason I say that is because NASA predicts that it will pass 19,000 and some miles from Earth's surface. That is extremely close, okay? That is within the range of human-launched, terrestrial-origined satellites that humans have put into orbit, and it's within the area of space junk, etc. I'm not convinced that NASA's adequately done the math on how these rather stronger gravitational pulls that Apophis will be subjected to in this pass by. What are the possibilities that it breaks it up, Okay, so Sans Arcade says it's already been definitive regarding 2029 approach. I agree. It's been definitive that it's not going to hit any mapped asteroids or other bodies on the way here, and that it's not going to strike currently any human origined satellites as we currently have it mapped. Okay. But what I've never been able to find any indication of is that scientists have done the math and have concluded that, in fact, the additional gravitational pull on Apophis, because it's coming so close, remember, under 20,000 miles from Earth, under 20,000 miles from the surface of the Earth. So that's very close. When you normally read an article that says, asteroid Mia to pass close by Earth, and you look at the numbers, how close it is, it's usually like 3 million miles away. This is under 20,000 miles away. I've never read a single article that says scientists have determined that it will not be broken apart in some fashion by the additional gravitational pull that this extremely close pass by is going to exert on Apophis, where previous further pass-bys did not exert that gravitational pull. I've not seen anything that discounts that possibility. Additionally, it's clear that they've not accounted for either space junk or any satellites that might get put into orbit between now and 2029. Okay, well, its velocity is not far too fast to be knocked off course by something traveling at also very fast, maybe in the opposite direction, right? So, because we don't know for sure that that humans won't put an asteroid up into space that between now and 2029 that might come into conflict with Apophis. Personally, I just think first of all, I would say this. I've never heard before of any, I read these articles typically, of any other close pass by Earth asteroid of any significant size that's passed this close before. I've never encountered one. I've never read about one. So the blithe certainty with which NASA is saying it's been determined 100% that there's no possible way it's going to crash into Earth, given the fact that they've not even accounted for the reality that there may be new satellites put into orbit between now and then. It just seems more interested in avoiding concern than it does in accurately expressing possible things that happen. We are told in no uncertain terms, but it's also been made very clear, you will be able to see this asteroid passing across the sky with the naked eye. How fucking nuts is that?
That's scary.
I've not read any article saying yes, scientists have done the math to determine that given the composition of this asteroid and the additional pressure upon it due to this unusually close pass by, in fact, those combination of those things will not cause it to break up. Now, granted, if it breaks up, it's not that huge in the first place. We're not talking a doomsday event regardless. Even if it doesn't break up and were to hit the Earth straight on, it wouldn't be a doomsday event. But if any of the scenarios I'm talking about were to happen, it wouldn't even be the whole thing that hit Earth, right? So being realistic, being honest about things is important. Displaying something other than hubris. To tell me that there is a 0% chance that this thing in any way, shape, or form strikes Earth without being able to answer those questions I just asked is hubris. I agree in general it's unlikely for Earth to get struck by an asteroid of any significant harm. You know, we typically get hit by meteors, meteorites, whatever you want to call them, on a regular basis, and almost none of them are significant enough to make it all the way through the atmosphere without burning up. You know, you hit Earth's atmosphere, there's a chance you're going to bounce off of it. There's a chance you're going to break up and then those pieces burn up. Things have to be just so for Earth to actually get struck by an asteroid of any significant size. Nevertheless, it is correct to include asteroids on my things that might destroy the world. Now, it's not unique to now. There's no more or less chance of us getting struck by asteroids now, really, than at any point in the past. So, in that regard, it kind of is in contrast to the rest of the list, which attempts to say that these things are kind of without precedent. These various things that are reaching a point of meow. I do remember Shoemaker Levy, which crashed into, I believe it was Saturn. Okay. Now, bad frames of reference. So, bad frames of reference include utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is the worst frame of reference imaginable because it justifies anything, no matter how evil, provided you can articulate sufficient benefits to you and yours. It doesn't matter who, to whom, at whose expense. Supermassive volcano. Okay. Supermassive volcano. All right. Well, I mean, that qualifies as natural disasters. So I'm going to make this then the sun flare natural disasters. Sun flare. Super volcano. Um, all right. And then what else could it be? Like mega quake plus tsunami. You get a bargain here. You get 2 in 1. These are reasons to be alarmed about right now as opposed to other times in human history, like, before. So there have always been potentially natural disasters. Sun flare is unique to now, which is to say the harms of it linked to our electronics. So because we're hyper reliant on electronics, and unshielded electronics would all go kaput with a massive sun flare. We'll put that one at the top. Super volcano, mega quake plus tsunami. These things always could have happened. Now, the thing is, I don't personally believe in aliens, Spoon Chad, but we certainly could put that on here. Like, I would say, so I think disinformation campaigns by whatever sources are are very threatening to the well-being of humanity, because people need to have some means of knowing what's correct or not. In the deifying and demonizing of science, on the two sides, you've got, on the one side, people saying, well, the public health officials know best, we must obey them with COVID. On the other side, you've got flat earthers saying they're lying to us, they being scientists or whatever. It's conceivable, I mean, it's certainly not inconceivable that aliens exist, that they have spaceships, and they come here, and that they have no good outcome in mind for us. Okay, there's a good point here. So for this one, let's put tech stuff. Technology, uh, catastrophe. AI singularity. We could also have what was the other tech thing I was saying there? Oh, right. CERN. CERN, oops. Okay, so you got CERN doing colliding particles together. And, I mean, nuclear reactor meltdown, I don't think that's a big enough disaster to be sort of globally worrisome. Human made diseases, yeah, we got that. Pandemics, engineered bioweapons, yeah. Um, well, I mean, I I tend to agree with you since arcade, but when you are trying to do things that have never been done before and you're testing hypotheses, that means you don't know exactly what's going to happen. All right. What you're doing now is deifying science. We don't want to deify science. Fusion reactor. Oops. So, we've got Koreans making miniature suns to generate power, right? Well, maybe their fusion reaction goes critical or something. Who knows? We could potentially have something like a big plutonium spill. Like, for example, does everybody know that, in fact, okay, well, I'm sure they do have multiple safety measures in place purposefully. And all I need to do really is point to the fact that anytime you're trying something that's never been tried before, you don't know exactly what's going to happen. And that's fine. It doesn't mean we should get rid of science. I'm just pointing to new tech that is not consistent with any potential risk or area of concern that humanity's ever dealt with before. It's never been the case before that we had humans worrying about whether CERN might create a black hole. It's never been the case before that we've had parties legitimately worrying about whether artificial superintelligence or artificial general intelligence is going to negatively impact the world in terms of jobs, in terms of maybe existentiality, right? It's never been the case that we've had fusion reactors attempting to generate electricity via nuclear fusion. We've had fission before, so that's not new. We've never had a big plutonium spill before of the kind I'm talking about. Because what I'm talking about here is, for people who don't know, the United States of America, during the Cold War, they lost a bunch of nuclear material up in the Himalayas somewhere. They were trying to make a nuclear powered radio relay thing to spy on China. So the thing is, out there someplace is a bunch of plutonium, presumably buried underneath some avalanche up in the Himalayas, draining down into the Indian subcontinent. Let's imagine its containment gets loose and a bunch of plutonium drains into the whole Indian subcontinent's water supplies and stuff. That would qualify as something unusually concerning. It was like a radar / radio relay station they wanted to put up in the Himalayas to spy on China. But because it was so high up, because of all the troubles with it, the only way they could possibly do it is if it were nuclear powered. Let's do it, said a bunch of fucking tards. I don't trust people and their confidences that they know what they're doing. People are dumb as F. Yeah. What's concerning is the fire always burning down. Oh, it's three green charms again. Three green charms. He informed us the other day that he was trying to ship you the fire to the customers, but he put it in the wooden box and the box keep burning down. So everybody keep that in mind. All right, we've got the soccer game on in the other tab. I'm going to pop up this meow here. Um, I'm going to pop out this meow here. I mean, I think environmental collapse in general is another good thing to put on there. You could probably have it be environmental collapse and then include both climate change and pollution stuff like plastics in the ocean, whatever. Why old man gets so mad? Well, because I find it impossible to believe almost, horrifying regardless, that at this point, okay, I get it when COVID first came around, everybody was stupid and scared. Fine. And they were all wrong and didn't listen to me. I get it. But nowadays, it's been made abundantly clear by history, reality, and all good thinking, well intentioned people that in fact I was right all along. For people that I still encounter people who think that no, everyone was right to do that during COVID to destroy all those people's lives by preventing them from making a living, etc., is horrifying. Obviously enraging. Nobody should have that position. You have to be so fucking privileged to have that position. It's ridiculous. And if this came from me, I'm pretty privileged. Oh, Darby, it looks like we'll have to spend our time cooped up in the vacation home for a couple of years. Better than running the risk of getting sick. Meanwhile, all the rest of the people in the world, you, me, everybody else, who's not disgustingly, you know, filthfully privileged, is going like, oh my God, the inflation that's occurred post COVID is absolutely crippling. Everything's expensive. It costs $10 to get a jug of coffee creamer. More wealth, more money, more you worry, not good. It's sort of sufferings. Better to be content. Money only give. I'm content enough. I'm privileged relatively, but I'm not so privileged as to not be alarmed and stressed out by this shocking rise in costs for common goods and services. You know, less so services. Yes, I mean the unconstitutional lockdowns that made old man mad. Not just unconstitutional, right? But ill-advised, ill-determined, illegal on many, many grounds. You know, regardless of the Constitution, we all ought to, in a free and civil society, understand that the individual is responsible for their own relationship with their health, risk, other things like that. That I have the right to get sick if I want to. That in fact, I have the right to go out in the world when I have a cold or something. I'm not a medical expert. People should not have to make medical assessments of themselves before leaving the house. It's insane. It's your responsibility if you want to avoid getting sick because you're part of some vulnerable population to take extra measures to prevent yourself from getting sick. That's why it's the boy in the bubble, not the boy outside of the bubble and everybody else in bubbles. Money brings to failed peace of mind. I mean, money helps you have some things you don't have to worry about. you know, the box used to cost 40 cents and now it costs $6. It's still burning down. If I died tomorrow, where would I be going? I guess to the morgue. Well, the point is, it doesn't matter whether it's good to be exposed to it, whether it's good to avoid being exposed to it, blah, 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 blah. The point is, every individual person can evaluate accurate information about the thing themselves and make their own decisions. The problem isn't any specific decision that's made, it's that everybody's tried to force to make this one decision that vastly more harms some people than others. The problem is this division of the world into necessary people and unnecessary people. All right. The First Amendment guarantees a freedom of assembly, right? And that freedom of assembly does not come with an asterisk unless there's a cold going around. Hi, Ryan. Hi, Jada Wada. I like your name, Jada Wada. It really rolls off the tongue. So I'm currently watching on the television over here the United States of America's men's soccer team play soccer against the blue-clad gentlemen of the country of Uruguay. I learned yesterday in a live stream that Guay means river.
Oh, so is that why there's only...
In that native language around there, Guay means river. One of them, Paraguay means beautiful river. Uruguay means river of the birds. Or vice versa. I'll bring peace to the world in a second or two. I don't think nuclear power is a big concern. Sen's Arcade, or Sen. I think that if there's anything that Fukushima tells us, it's that that's the worst possible case scenario. You've got a nuclear reactor right where a massive earthquake hits, and it still wasn't that bad. And I agree, nuclear power is an excellent way to generate electricity in the status quo. People have a kind of irrational fear of it, and it's a lot cleaner than old nuclear power used to be as well. Cleaner, safer, everything, you know. But at the same time, I'm not as alarmed by others at the prospect of putting carbon into the atmosphere, because I tend to think that when we have such a problem, say producing too much air pollution, well, too much smog in Los Angeles, the solution wasn't to get people to drive less, it was catalytic converters. When given major city or civilization begins incurring sewage problems because their population is overrunning their sewage dealing with systems, they don't try to get people to poop and pee less. They manage the sewage better, right? And the same is true with carbon in the atmosphere. It may be the case that carbon in the atmosphere does link to global warming, and it may be the case, let's just say for the sake of argument, that we ought to do something about it. But even if that is the case, then we should sequester carbon with some new tech that effectively does that, rather than try to get people to poop and pee less. People need to poop and pee as much as they need to poop. Carbon is the unavoidable consequence of human endeavor. Maitre Gims Bella. I don't know what that means. Salut à tous. Salut à tous as well, David Rodriguez, or as they say in France, bonsoir. Bonsoir, monsieur. Qu'arrive-t-il? Voulez-vous une omelette du fromage? Le omelette du fromage? L'omelette du fromage? I took French in high school. Actually, in middle school, but that's fine. I hear the French are getting the Olympics this year. And I gotta say, I saw a movie the other night about Paris, in which Paris looked absolutely beautiful. Made me go, I guess I understand why they say it's so lovely there. Huevos con queso. Huevos rancheros. Le fromage de Bretagne est le meilleur. Meilleur. Well, why does a happy guy get mad just joining in? I got mad because I couldn't believe it. I could not believe that somebody was still defending the insane attempt of the group to tell every individual what to do when COVID came around. No, I'm obviously not Epstein Farson. I disapprove of that gentleman in all of his evil ways. Hi, Sam's Clit 0.00. Vous vivez où? How I doing, bro? You're doing great. Huevos con queso está muy delicioso. Meow, 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 meow. It's a Spanish talk in their native tongue. There's a lot of singing and dancing going on. Oh, Honduras. I mean, Uruguay. My bad. That's not Honduras. That's Uruguay. So, Mickey, you said you're divorcing Minnie because she's really silly. No, I said she's fucking goofy. That's an excellent joke, Buddy Cat. Did you hear that joke? So, Mickey, you're telling me that Minnie is divorcing you because she's very silly? No, she's divorcing me because she's fucking goofy.
Ah, that is a good one.
Mm-hmm. I like it. Good job.
I like it too.
Hi, Ryan. Hi, Ryan. Hi, Ryan. I want to do videos too. You inspire me, mi amigo. Well, you should do videos. I'm sorry, but I'm horrible with Spanish, and I could have sworn you just said something about cheese. I did, Crystal Miller. I was talking about your queso. And I also want to tell you about your pueblo. Okay? Can you guess what's wrong with your pueblo? I'll tell you this. Hay demasiado chupacabras en tu pueblo.
Oh no.
See? What in the United States overall live the commentaries English, but you are Latinos speak in commentary also in English, but United States no speaking Spanish, but only English, only Puerto Rico and USA Spanish. Well, yo hablo español. Puedo hablar español. Y no necesito hablar español, pero, porque las personas aquí
Oh damn.
no hablan español. There. It's my friend Milligan Hudson's birthday today. Can you wish him a happy birthday in Spanish? Feliz cumpleaños de cumpleaños de Milligan Hudson. Gol. Mi pollo es tu mamá. My chicken is your mother. Well, I tuned in tonight because I was wondering, do you know anything about wounded birdies? I don't have a lot of time, but you seem to be a knowledgeable man, so I thought I'd ask. I don't really know anything particular about wounded birdies, but I will say this. My mother raised baby birds that had fallen out of their nest with an eyedropper and successfully saved them that way.
Like, I think of your mom and I'm like, I just wish I had so many qualities that she had.
You know, according to the Men's IQ Challenge, a good portion of intelligence is dependent on how well one can visualize what's not in front of you. Okay, well, that's why I'm so dumb. Rachel, do you really want to have all the qualities, the good qualities of a sensor? Because then you're going to forsake the qualities of an intuitive.
That's true. No, I don't want to be a censor. But, you know, I just think about how positive your parents were with raising you and Delilah, and how well you both have turned
We're
out.
never going to be as good as those two people.
No, but they created an environment for both of you to understand what love is, like real love.
Well, yeah, and safety, right?
Yeah.
And being taken care of without being oppressed.
Right.
Yes, but we're not ever going to be as good as those two people because we can maybe do the moral stuff, but we can't do the practical stuff. All right, ¿de dónde vives? Vivamos en la Mariposa County de California de Estados Unidos. We live in Mariposa, here near Yosemite in California. This is our house that we live in. Let's see if I can get it without getting the sunlight. This is our house. This is my beautiful wife. This is my beautiful house. And this is like the area we live is full of trees. Lots of trees. We got a little gully down here. There's a little stream at the bottom of the gully that is seasonal. It's probably not flowing right now, but once we get rains again, it'll start flowing again. This is Rachel's clothes drying rack.
I'm so sorry. I know it's such a sore eye.
It's not an eyesore.
Eyesore, yeah.
It's fine.
Are you sure I could put it inside?
Rachel, you hang things out here on it though, right?
Yeah.
So just leave it right there. Here's the hill.
Wow, so much. What is that, wheat? What is that?
It's not wheat.
What is it?
It's just some kind of grass.
Huge dandelions.
Jumbo dandelion surprise.
Extra wishes.
Okay, so everybody make a wish, all right? When you wish upon a dandelion, you'll get your wish proportional to its size. So that means this is more likely to grant your wish. Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Well done. Done in one shot.
Thank you, thank you. They're getting all blown over.
Oh no.
It's fine.
Wow, it's so big.
It's getting there. I wish it wouldn't
Should we get a steak?
be so tilty. It shouldn't need more water. I've been watering it plenty. Might be. Well, we'll just let it go on its own for a second. We'll see what happens. Keep an eye on it.
That one looks good too.
Yeah.
You think they could be better?
Well, it's possible that I overwatered. But I'm concerned because we're getting this high heat warning. Purportedly, for the next week, it's going to be 105 or hotter.
Yeah.
But that starts tomorrow, not today.
Mm-hmm.
So I may have just kind of jumped the gun on that a bit. We'll let it do its thing overnight, let it dry out. We'll see if that's the problem in the morning, if it looks better. It just seems to me like normally weed plants can take a lot of water and a lot of sun. And given the fact that the drainage in these two is poor because of the clay that they're planted in,
Yeah.
I figured it's going to be hard for me to overwater them. I got seeds, you know. Oh no. I have long experience growing weeds, so I know how to give it the kind of attention it likes. I just have to read it. It's an interface process for me. I read it on a day-to-day basis, see what it's looking like, get a feel for whether it needs to be ignored for a bit or tended to a bit, you know. These dandelions are a lot easier to blow.
I could blow one of them.
You can blow your thing. All right, count it down and make a wish. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. There. Now those dandelion bits will go make more dandelions. Obviously, we need even more dandelions. This is kind of a lovely view down here, though, this time of day.
Yeah, it is.
There's the sun kind of peeking through. Sounds like nature out here, too.
Yeah.
Not a lot of human noises at the moment. And it's not buggy either, really.
No, it's not.
Probably it's gotten a little too hot for bugs. Well, what have we here? After watching those people on Naked and Afraid doing their, 17-mile hike or whatever with naked, it made me wonder if I could even walk down to the bottom of this little road here and back up to the top without injuring my feet a lot.
Right?
What's it say?
65%?
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
What?
I'm
Why?
just surprised because we've been using the air conditioner.
Um, yeah, but remember there was a stretch of time there after we got it refilled when it was still cold. And then additionally, our stove is gas and our hot water heater is gas. And I turned the hot water heater back up to all the way hot.
That's good.
It's better that way. Yeah. It's worth it. That's fine. 65's good.
Okay.
That'll last us all through summer. We'll get it refilled again like in October, November or something.
Okay, yeah.
That door is locked. All right, I'm going to leave you in Rachel's very capable hands for a few minutes while I go poo. So get ready for that. It's still 0-0. The United States is playing against Uruguay. Currently, Panama has defeating Bolivia, which would mean if the U.S. doesn't keep the same score of tie, then they will not go through.
Well, Crystal Miller, we've filled ours up probably. We fill it up more during the winter, it seems. Hi, everybody. What are propane accessories, like the things that use propane? We keep an eye out for Bigfoot. We want to see Bigfoot. Hello, Crystal Miller. It has been a while. How is North Dakota? Big Pops is at the bathroom. He's pooping. No, he's not my father. He's my husband. I am 39. What do you mean signs? Wilco, Roger that. Pipes, nozzles, tools, grills, fire tables, etc. are all considered propane accessories. Interesting. Oh my god, I'm sorry, Kristen Miller. Cool, so we got some millennials up in here. We've been getting a lot of rain this season, this coming up. I've been recruited by 3 people. I don't have any children. In fact, I'm waiting for my period to come. It's only... Thank you, Self Creation 777. I feel it coming. It just hasn't come yet, and I hate when that happens because it's hard for me not to have anxiety. Thanks, Sis Arcade. 95, yeah. 95 is still millennial. You're like not an early millennial, you're a later millennial, but you're still a millennial. Hey, your fave Molly. Hello, Farshad Nezhad Mahdi. The only thing that pains me is that bird apparently is a felony to take care of the poor baby. I'm willing to take it. It's a felony to take care of it? Yeah, no, I'm not his daughter. I'm his wife. Thanks, your fave Molly. I'm doing good. I was worried this morning when I heard Eric. I was like really concerned. I didn't know what happened. but I'm glad it didn't have anything to do with me. Thanks, Roger, that. Thanks, Self Creation 777. I am taken though. Maybe we will sing a song. I'm shy. Good morning, Christian. Hush, hush, why? We live in Mariposa, California. Alistair Crowley? I will sing. We will sing, but I am shy. I can't help it. Like, I don't even know where to start. Thanks, Simple Girl. Hey, what's up, Simple Girl? Hey, Cammoto. What's going on? How's the weather in LA? Are you guys supposed to get like crazy high temps too? Thanks, Krishna Singh. It is California. California is pretty long. It's a pretty long state. How close is it to you? Krishna says, yup, in the state of North Dakota is a felony to save a wild animal the way I have, but I already have people on my side, and I hope I'm doing all the right things. Everybody cross my fingers for me. I will. Sins Arcade, where are you? Oh my, Kamamoto says, oh my god, it has been hot, and I've been lots of hours. I lost 2 pounds unintentionally. Wow. So we're supposed to have a heat wave here, like here in Central California. Is LA supposed to have a heat wave, like in the hundreds also, Cam? Oh, you are in Phoenix. Oh, Phoenix is supposedly getting crazy hot weather. Thanks, Krishna Singh. No, I'm not a model. I couldn't be a model anyway. I'm only 5'2".
You're a model citizen, right?
Yeah, thank you. Oh, you live by Malibu. How's the weather been there? They say the coast is a lot cooler. Yes, it'll get to 102 days. Yeah, we're supposed to get in the hundreds too. Yeah, you're 5 hours from Mariposa. Hey, Putty Cat. He's just done pooping. He's putting batteries into his guitar. Here, let me get off myself for a second. Let me tell you, Rachel, you're too pretty to be shy. Just saying thank you. I mean, I don't think that the two things go hand in hand. Krishna saying, there's no reason to miss me. I'm already here.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Fahrenheit. 100 something Fahrenheit. We don't use Celsius. There is a museum in Mariposa, a Mariposa History Museum. Oh, that's so nice that you have a pool that you could swim in, Cam. What is 45 degrees Celsius? 148. Are you in Mexico, Green Charms? 3 Green Charms? What's 20 degrees Celsius? I don't know Celsius.
Yeah. We don't know your crazy Euro numbers, okay?
Thanks, Self Creation 777. That's very nice of you to say. Oh, you're in India, Krishna Singh. This stream right now is about me and Eric and us singing. 113 degrees in Arizona. Oh my god. Have you guys had any what do they call it when it's hot and the like a grid max out?
Brownouts, blackouts.
Yeah, brownouts, blackouts. Have you had any of that, or is the state kind of preparing for the bad heat? Oh my god, 148. Jeez, no way.
148.
That can't be, because
It
it's
doesn't
only
get that hot.
it's only 120 something in Death Valley, so
Yeah, it's not 148 degrees. They must have done their Celsius Fahrenheit.
yeah. You're melting. Oh my god. Cam had to measure 240 millimeters by 40 millimeters. Yeah, 240 millimeters by 40 millimeters today. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, really, what the fuck? How did you do that? Did you have to convert it? Hey, Maria Zebras 73. We're doing well.
Americans will walk a mile to avoid using metric.
You're melting here in Iran. It seems like this heat wave is all across the world. Not one place that I've heard of is safe from the heat. Hey, Lori G. There was an art ruler nearby. I got lucky. That was lucky. Oh my god. I don't know what I would have done if I didn't have the tools for that. Art rulers have like inches and then like millimeters and centimeters on the other side, right? That's what I feel like I used in school. American scientists still use metric. I wonder why.
Well, because they want to be using the same units as other scientists around the world. But they only publish in metric. They don't necessarily use, like, they might use a beaker that, well, it probably measures in milliliters. You know what? TFB metric. Go back to metric land.
Strange fact involving the heat wave. I live in an average part of Tornado Alley. Because of the way the weather is, working moisture's overtaking our area rather than tornadoes. The tornadoes have moved. Interesting. March to the west. And I am living in a cone of safety at the moment. It's such a relief. I'm sorry to hear the rest of the world. Yeah, it's been crazy weather.
It's not been super hot here, but it's supposed to get super hot starting tomorrow.
There's another man down in soccer. Looks like he's okay.
He'll be fine.
Just the one guy got pulled out on a stretcher. Yeah.
He's probably faking anyway.
I thought I would use the phone measuring thing. I didn't actually look at the other side of the ruler. I had an art ruler with points, which were not useful for measuring stuff. That's funny. It's getting worse everywhere. I don't know what's going on.
Climate change.
Yeah,
you know?
Climate change. Connecticut isn't too hot. Are you supposed to get, like, we're getting a heat wave starting tomorrow all the way up until like the 10th. That's what they're predicting. Is Connecticut getting, because I know that Connecticut is, and New York has had some heat waves already. My dad was saying in New York that like a couple weeks ago that it was like super hot. Oh, it's what is called a heat dome. Blame the meeting in the Arctic. We had a few days last week. A few days is not so bad. According to rumor, Greek philosopher Heraclitus, after seeing you, he said the main substance of existence is fire. Is this true? You are the sun, and I'll put these here to roast. Ah, that's nice of you. I am not the sun. In fact, if I were anything, I saw this. I saw this like drawing a person made on Instagram of the moon and the sun hanging out watching TV, and I was thinking that Eric is the sun, and I am Heraclitus. It felt weird saying Cletus for some reason, but whatever, Greeks. Yeah, Eric is the sun and I'm the moon. Like last night, I had this like burst of energy. I wasn't on Adderall or anything, and I was just like, you know what? Like, I really want the shower to look nice for Eric when he uses it. Like, I don't want it to be look already used. Like, so I got like all the cleaners I could that we had, and I successfully with Comet cleaned like a bunch of it. It looks a lot better. I mean, to the naked eye, you wouldn't really be able to tell, but I can tell. That's cool. Edits Amani. I am happy. I need an iPhone case that has inches on one side, centimeters, millimeters on the other side, and a cat pic in the center. That would be perfect for you, Camoto. Their loved ones have a chance for a safe future. You are the rain, you make my life this foolish game. I don't know that song, no stage. Maybe I will. What's my first house plant? Like, I share plants, but my first house plant that I ever got was from my Aunt B and Uncle Paul, which were this little basket of tea roses, and it was really nice. And then I used to keep violets, African violets in my room. She was beautifully out of place like the moon during the day. Dr. Quote, I use that for my daughter as well. There's a free app called ConvertPad that'll allow you to quickly accurately converse on iOS or Android. That's good. Oh, I know that song. You are the sun, you are the rain. I'm not in danger. Yeah, African violets. I love them. I took care of them well. And then I planted outside roses, and they were incredibly easy to maintain. I really enjoyed having roses. Hi, Joseph Castro. Welcome. Have a happy and safe fireworks day. Thank you. We don't have fireworks here. They're illegal, which is fine. No, not African violence, African violets. LOL, Little Common and Gretel liked your humming. It's got big, eyes got big and looked toward my phone. Oh, that's cute. Aw. The chicken? Oh, there's been atrocities occurring across Africa for a really long time. No. Apparently, the fires that were created in Mariposa like 2 years ago were from an arsonist. Were created by an arsonist. Fireworks? I sure hope it does. I love that reference, No Sage. Road work ahead. I sure hope it does. Vine was the best. Vine was way better than TikTok. TikTok is kind of a scary place. It didn't spread to my room, three green charms. I had African violets. Violets.
There's nothing impressive about successfully nurturing African violence. That's
No,
easy to
no.
do. African violets, on the other hand, are very fragile. You have to take good care of them.
Yeah, that's why I learned the finger test by putting your finger in the dirt to tell how moist the water is.
Yeah.
It's very helpful. It's simple, but it's helpful. Then I learned a lot about roses when I kept them too, because like at first they had like their leaves were like patchy yellow, and it was saying that I wasn't I read either it wasn't getting enough water or something, but I fixed it. Yeah, three green charms. Common grackle. That's the bird that's about a year old that I had to save. How do you feel about saving animals? I've never saved an animal before. Not that like I admire people who do, because I don't have the skills. I don't have the knowledge of what it takes to nurse an animal back to health. I'm really not good with that.
JSY Talks Football Fan Channel from England. You and Portugal both escaped with your respective lives today at the Euro tournament. I was very shocked to see England at risk of losing to Slovakia.
Oh.
They were down 1-0 till late in the game. They finally tied it up, pushed it to extra time, got the second goal. But England did look like the better side.
No reply. That's not a good correlation. You can't even nurse yourself back to health. How are you gonna nurse an animal back to health? There are people who can't nurse themselves, but they still can nurse animals. I mean, maybe ISFJs and ISTJs can nurse themselves or know how to nurse themselves. They probably do better than most people, but that doesn't mean that like.
Actually, the truth is, Upgrading 777, the most environmentally friendly kind of agriculture / farming that humans could do to feed humanity involves raising chickens and eating chickens. In terms of the actual sort of amount of energy put into calories out, chickens are the most environmentally friendly thing to eat.
Wow, Crystal Miller, I'm super impressed. I love animals, but I kind of want other people to take care of them. Like, it's just a lot. I'm not to say that if I saw like a bird, I wouldn't help it. I wouldn't want to help it. It's just I feel like I'm ill-equipped. I would have to look everything up. Kamoto says I've had to not work in areas / not do leaf blowing in defenselessness. Baby birds were trotting about below their nest in my yard and in the pool cabana where I work. That's tough. Yeah, you don't want to blow those baby birds away. That's so cute. They must look so cute. Do you have to put them back in their nest, or are they just kind of learning? There's a cool vegan channel from a guy called Earthling Ed. I love watching him debate, even though I'm not vegan. He would convince me if I weren't Christian. So I went vegan for little less than a year, because I had a friend who was vegan, and I was like she kind of got me to think like, wow, yeah, I do love animals, and I don't love killing them. And I Effie Tool, I'm like, okay, so my friend's vegan, so it'll just be easier if I'm vegan too. And I learned a lot about vegan food has gotten much better, much better than it used to be. But I don't know. It's really hard. I'd rather be a vegetarian than a vegan. I did have to replace a 9-foot-high nest in the rafters recently and replace the babies with a paper towel to prevent my scent transferring. Look at you, Kamoto. Jeez. That's awesome. Never tell my 13 chickens and one rooster that I did save that I like to eat chicken. We keep that a secret. That's good. I love the birds. I want to keep birds safe away from a fire.
Do you smoke weed?
I do smoke weed. Andrew the goat. I've been learning about myself that it's not really a habit. Like, I'll go a few days without smoking weed. If I just don't feel like it, I just don't smoke it. Everyone in my family's theory that I am a weed addict is so wrong. I just didn't like to be forced not to smoke it. But I do smoke it almost every day. But it really... Western materialistic lifestyle and materialistic culture, only money, sex, party, drugs, marriage, divorce again, divorce, then depression, anxiety, loneliness, worst case killing and suicide. Jesus, I mean, it's not all like that.
I mean, that's a very wrong depiction of Western society. Yes, there's a certain amount of materialism, which is to say, we're not a very religious culture, which is a good thing, you know.
I do smoke weed though, Andrew the goat. Smoochie's 209. No, I'm not going to do that. I drank about 1 or 2 ounces of coffee and forgot my white coffee cup. Then I worked almost 8 hours of doing tasks. I was surprised that I survived without my coffee. I know what you mean. Oh my gosh. Coffee sometimes I like to have every day. And I like to combine it when I take Adderall too, so I'm like extra like hyped. My mom is, you want to say addicted? She's so addicted to coffee. She's so reliant on coffee that if she doesn't drink it, she will get a headache.
I mean, self-Christian. I self-identify as a Christian and do have a regular religious practice, so I do know what I'm talking about.
Hi, Luminix. It's good to see you. I was just thinking how it's. I've missed you in the stream. It's been a while. Coffee doesn't suck. I like coffee. Hi, Winston's mom. I was just thinking too about how I haven't seen you in a little bit. Don't be yes, Mr. Scripture. Rely only in one book. Whatever they say, yes, sir, no, always raise questions. How, why? It's very important. I agree. My dad goes to this like Christian. I'm not a drug addict. My dad goes to this Christian group. Like they break for the summer, but they meet like every like Wednesday or something. And my dad always has questions about the scriptures because he wants to understand. Like some things don't make sense, so he wants to understand. But he says that he's like the only one who raises questions. Like no one else does. Read more
Deference books and use your common sense analysis by yourself. Think more and further more research. Okay, well, it sounds to me like self-creation. You're assuming other people are doing a worse job of thinking than you are. It doesn't sound like that though when evaluating what you're saying.
Smooch is 209. You have a real like skewed version of what a drug addict is.
She said she didn't smoke every day, actually.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, I don't.
she does occasionally do Adderall, but
Yeah, and that's only occasional.
regardless, what's clear is that you are you have very low ambiguity tolerance. For you, you need to have a clarity
Don't lie
about
to yourself.
somebody's identity or whatever that allows you to reduce and put them into
Look,
some sort of box.
Yeah.
But that's just look. When if you're gonna be dumb like that, try to do it someplace else so that I don't have to hear it.
Like I have definite impulsive like problems that I know about that I'm well aware. Drugs are not one of those things.
Yeah, and everybody has their various indulgences and stuff, regardless. There are none that are inherently better than others.
No.
People have problems with their indulgences, whatever that might
Sure,
be.
yeah.
Well, Sammy had a story that need be told, and this is a song for an open road. And such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jeb and turned 19, 4 years in and 3 kids weaned. Weary now and questioning the path. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses. Way too young. The urgency convert is really just oppression, making sure those underneath them always run. Doug at 20 thought bourbon fun, and likewise Doug at 21, and so forth, well up into middle age. Once that thought would get him free became his whole identity. Now Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses. Way too young. The urgency convert is really just oppression. They'll offer you incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody's panicked about the kids. Ooh, ooh ah, lock 'em up with extra dexedrine. Ooh ah, mathematics to predict success. Or take one to just duress. Agency, outpace discretion. Locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just oppression. Making sure those underneath them always wrong. Without consent, it's really just oppression by parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying. Well, they feed their fear of dying. Yeah, let's feed upon the futures of the young. Listen,
Smooches, you get help.
smooches, if you need help, get your own help.
Wow,
Okay?
why are you here? Why are you here?
Because they want to elicit a
Negative
response like that. So
Nancy's.
we're going to put them on timeout and we're going to give them a chance to do a better job of being negative next time. Okay? Currently, you're failing by being boring
Why are you so mean?
because they want to elicit that response of some sort. But they're really kind of banging their head against the wall here because trying to be mean to me about this is not going to get them anywhere. I'm aware of where I suck and when I suck and when I don't and how much, you know.
We all suck in different degrees and different things. It's just like
And I'm used to being attacked, so it's fine.
I do the same thing when I stream alone. It's just kind of like time out.
Amelia, go from that place. Take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see, you and I will never be Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, Amelia, we're watching you, fail for sure, no matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see that you and I will never be Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia. That's it.
Yeah.
Thanks, darling.
Good.
I am here often, and I always do feel welcome. That's how I know it's a great channel. Thanks, Crystal.
Thanks, Crystal.
Nice of you to say.
Oh my gosh, we were listening to Host Derek's Greatest Hits 2 days ago, and we got up to What's Wrong with the Ladies, and what was the girl's name that you worked with on that?
Haley.
Haley, her voice is just so good. I felt like I just immediately compared myself to her. Unfortunately,
Your voice sounds just as nice as her voice.
I
But,
feel like hers is a little higher though than mine. Like
well,
she's more.
it's a slightly different timbre, right? She sounds more like a kid.
Mm-hmm.
But that particular track came out especially good with her. Not everything I tried to do with her came out so good, and a lot of times she had trouble remembering melodies.
Oh, interesting.
Like she'd get it one time and then she'd get it wrong the next time. You know.
Mm-hmm. And that's so different from Spacey, who would get it right like right away, but could perfect something but didn't want to. Right? He was like a one and done kind of.
Yeah. Hi, James Ortiz. You're a perfect combination of all those things. You're ideal.
Thank you. I'm so hard on myself.
Yeah, I know. You and I are both hard on ourselves.
Yeah. The universe in a single atom and beyond religion. I'm not a huge reader. When I do get books, I get books and have it read out loud to me. No slaves here, thanks.
No, we're not into enslaving people.
No. Or animals for that much.
Cameron says there's a time and place I call 2025. Older people are fine. Younger people have been born into a nearly incomprehensible world as it is viewed through a screen and search engine. Well, I mean, I do think that we are faced with unprecedented status quo.
Hey, Akeisha, it's been a little bit. It was, I guess, a little bit since I've live streamed, so I feel like all these people who have a wrench I haven't seen in a while. How you doing, Akeisha? I hope you don't mind the tri-type document that you sent to me a while back. I sent to Lou and Kami9 because I thought that they would find it interesting because it goes pretty in depth about the tri-types. I really like that document a lot. You know what I really like too is the the paper that you gave me about stress management for INFJs. I found it really insightful. Hi, TYYP. Of course, Crystal Miller. Eric is a songbird. How about you, Lou? How's the weather by you? I heard that you guys are getting a heat wave too.
Where are you from, Rachel?
I'm from Mariposa, California. It took me a little while. I'm like, yeah, I guess I am. I'm like almost middle aged. I mean, what is middle age?
40, I guess counts.
I'm close to it.
I mean, you're not a young adult anymore.
No.
So the next thing after that, I think, is middle aged.
You're looking forward to it? Oh, you're not looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm not either.
We don't accept food donations.
Oh, Amelia is your daughter's name? Oh, yay! That's good. Thank you for sending it to her.
Well, here, Crystal, I'll put you a link to the recording of the song. No, I put it over here.
Oh.
And you're saying she didn't have to go to the hassle of recording that, so you can just share the link to the actual song.
Doctor Who, what, where? Hello. You don't need to donate a can of corn. We actually have some corn already. Thank you very much.
And here is a song called Amelia.
You're planning on moving to California? What part of California muscle worship? Aww.
What does TOP business mean? White Widow. That's your strain of choice or what?
Oh my god, one time I got so stoned off of White Widow. That was a long time ago. Have a good nap, Acacia. I like that. I respect your taking naps. Do you actually like fall asleep, or do you just like kind of like rest your eyes? Sometimes I actually fall asleep, but sometimes I don't. When it comes to naps. I mean, I wake up at fucking 2 in the afternoon, so it's like my sleep cycle has moved back. Like I go to sleep at like 4 in the morning and wake up at 2.
James is racist. Who's James? James Ortiz? Oh, because of his preference for White Widow? Sleep is sacred and nobody's sleep shall be disturbed, says Kamoto. Spoken like an SI dom.
That's nice, Acacia. Yeah, I'm unemployed.
Well, I mean, why would you be employed when we're not in need of that income? Smooch is 209.
I don't know about that, Crystal.
Besides, but you're not unemployed, you're a housewife. No, the government's not helping us.
No.
Look, Tard, we aren't getting money from the government, okay? We have money. We own this home outright. We own another house down the street that we are getting ready to rent out. Okay, so just fuck off.
Winston's mom. That's funny. Oh my god. You don't. Okay, you're just trying to trigger me. That's it.
First of all, obviously, neither Rachel nor I is a junkie, and you're just being spiteful because you keep losing all these exchanges. You run back on timeout. Yes, I am that lady's husband. That lady being Rachel. She's 39.
I'm 39, yeah.
I'm 53. I look a little older than my age. She looks a little younger than hers, you know.
I'm an 85 millennial. Eric is a 71 Gen Xer, and his daughter is a 98 Gen Zer.
Correct. OMG, Rachel, one of these days in your free time, Sigma male and Sigma female, check that out. Look it up. I don't got to tell you about it. You'll get it.
I always get suggested things about Sigma females. How to catch a Sigma female, or why it's so difficult to understand the Sigma female, or
Muscle worship just got hidden. Although,
thank you,
technically didn't accuse me of it. He just said what he thought. No, I'm obviously not that. So people hate on it shit all the time. People want to hate on me.
It's funny, Crystal Miller. The other place down the street, the neighbors have chickens.
If you want to rent that place, Crystal Miller, it's gonna go up for rent very soon. I'm waiting on completing the drapes. Basically, is really the last thing, and then a little bit like sweeping up and shit.
Putting linens on.
Putting linens on some things, yeah. I think cannot represent this very sophisticated human intelligence, human mind, very difficult. I mean, that's how it is now, but I'm not sure it's going to be that way forever, right? We can see the growth and effective growth in terms of capacity and also, I guess, believability as a voice, a human voice, essentially. We've seen how much it's improved in just since like ChatGPT 3 to 4, right?
Yeah. ChatGPT 3, you can only use text. ChatGPT 4.0 is the latest one, and they analyze photos.
I mean, I think 84 makes you a millennial because you're coming of age during the around the millennium.
Yeah. Krista Miller, the 1981 is the first day. It's first year of a millennial. 1981. So you're also a rat like me. I'm a rat also. I'm January 85, so I'm still a rat.
Man, Gelato says, "What's your opinion on ladyboys?" I don't have any opinion on ladyboys. They're what they are, and that's fine. Uruguay just took a 1-0 lead over the United States. The U.S. needs to win this game to advance, not just tie it. So they're going to score 2 goals in the last minute. Why do people always talk about a TikTok Riz party? Well, I'm not sure why. Because they've forgotten to talk about me. Hello, Jeebus timed out IRL. You miss me so much, huh? Thank you all for the entertainment. Dinner time for me now. Have a good evening. Goodbye, 3 green charms, and have a very pleasant evening yourself. He's a genius, she's a genius. Wow, you know a lot of geniuses. You should meet some stupid people sometime. You might learn something. Whose geniuses am I meeting?
I don't know that song.
I don't know either.
I think of Sigma as just being stoic, like introverted, stoic people. There's like, that's not rare. It's not rare, and like, stoicism, it doesn't work for everyone. I mean, I get it. Not everyone is Sigma. Not everyone is. Some people are beta and alpha, whatever that means.
Right. Now you officially defamed me, Smooches 209.
We gave you a chance. Hey, Jeebus, what's going on? I'm good.
And defamed Rachel as well.
Host Eric, Isaiah Rude posted a reply to one of your videos. It's about 20 minutes. Want me to link it for you?
Sure.
Eric definitely is an alpha. But, like...
What do I think about far-right Marxist ideology? I mean, all totalitarianism, authoritarianism is the same. It just has different bullshit behind it. And authoritarianism, totalitarianism is neither conservative nor liberal. It's wrong and bad. Well, thanks, Krista.
Oh, thanks. Well,
I didn't feel
I did,
insulted.
no. I didn't feel insulted at all. I didn't know that you were saying that we're Sigmas. Thank you very much. That's very, very nice. I didn't.
wasn't sure what was meant by anything.
Yeah, I didn't know at all.
I didn't have any particular opinion either way.
Oh, Rob Zombie, huh? Dracula by Rob Zombie.
If you're talking about a motorcycle, Jeebus, I do not have any hog at all.
It's better for his health.
Safer that way.
Mm-hmm.
Future will decide this or that.
You're fine, Crystal Miller. Thank you so much for being so nice to us. What, like the Skibbity Bumbleclat Chad Ohio's
Phantom tax.
Phantom tax. It's like they learn these words and then just are like, let's use them all. That's a funny word. Let's use it all the time. Phantom tax, huh?
Oh my goodness. If the U.S. even just ties up Uruguay right now, we'll still advance. So the
I
US
hope that you do.
Western world emphasis only entertainment. Unfortunately, all movies based or relevant with sex, war, and murder.
Not all of them. I don't believe that Disney's last movie, Inside Out 2, was about that stuff. Inside Out 1 made me cry, so I'm like really scared to see Inside Out 2 because apparently it makes you cry also. So it like made me cry so much. And out of nowhere, like I was like, oh my god, I don't listen to my emotions.
Jeebus, I'm not running in 2024. Joy. Even when I do, I don't want to kiss any babies. Who knows what kind of cooties they have?
It's true.
Yes, I am watching this referee. I am watching this game. You think the referee is crooked? I haven't been watching it that closely, so I didn't notice that. But all we need to do is tie it up, and we'll still advance.
And Gelatos, I don't know what knolling is.
Me neither. I am not in 2024, 2028. I will. I've gone over this already. Don't even repeat myself a million times.
Aw, Crystal Miller, that's so sweet. Dat boy Klaus, were you upset that that the Rangers lost and that Florida Panthers won?
Those damn Florida Panthers.
I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty sad about
Truth
it.
always remains truth. The more you talk, it becomes more clear and clear. I mean, it depends on the reason people are talking, you know. It is true that things that validate across multiple metrics have a more forgiving rhetorical slope than things that are counterfactual. Okay, well, Jeebus, not tonight, okay? So just leave it be.
I did too, that boy Klaus, but when I saw the Panthers play against, like in the playoffs, I was like, oh no.
Right away, the first game, watching them play, she thought, okay, I'm worried. I think the Panthers are going to win. She was right.
Yeah.
She's got good instinct. She doesn't always voice an instinct, but when she does, she's right.
I really don't like
It was offsides.
It was?
It looked offsides to me.
Thanks, Jeebus. I hope I would make a good first lady. I will tell you that I will be a very laid back first lady. Um, I guess something that I would be working on, you know, because like a first lady has like a agenda too, a little bit. Like they have to have like, not that they have to, but they usually work for some sort of cause. Um, would probably be homelessness. I don't know, or maybe mental health since I have bipolar. I'm not sure.
Or maybe promoting good music.
I could do that easily.
Yeah. Ooh, now it's really not looking good. Because I guess on the tiebreaker. Oh! Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Sadness and sorrow. Hugo says, you're too young to be a housewife.
I'm 39. Most people, like a lot of people my age, like have kids and stuff. And are married. Like I'm married, but they have like kids. And they've had kids for like a decade now. Um, I was curious, and I was gonna possibly talk to some of my friends on Instagram, but I decided not to because
Curious about what?
how they're doing. It seems like they're doing well. Their kids have grown, and I like remember, you know, when they were born and stuff. So it was like it's more like, oh, like I see you're doing well. Like I'm really happy for you, but I don't know. I don't. I don't. My mind.
The person they might be, you know, really pleased to hear from you, or might be like, I don't like going to the past.
Yeah. I'm on medication, Jeeves. So my bipolar has not affected me lately.
Do you want a hamburger?
I'm not really hungry. Thank you, though. Is that bad?
No. To be expected.
I do not want to have my own children. 2 cats are enough. Oh my god. Yo, I have so much respect for good parents. Like, like, Trouble, if I had a son like Trouble, I feel like I would, being an INFJ is really hard to like set boundaries, but I feel like with Trouble, I would like have to set boundaries and be mean. I would have to be kind of like a mean mom. Like I don't know. I just don't really want my own kids. I don't. 2 cats are enough. And it's really 1 cat is enough because Capio is just like, she's so cute and good. She's such a good cat. She keeps to herself most of the time.
She was a very good girl.
She is a very good girl. So it's like, we have nothing to really, discipline her with at all. Eric is my husband already. I'm not sure what you mean, Jeebus. I like big dogs, yeah, I do. I do think that big dogs need a ton of, training. Like, I think dogs need a lot of training, especially if you get them as a puppy. But I think especially big dogs need a lot of, need to be reprimanded and stuff, you know, like signals, like no's, and to like learn boundaries. Where that's like how Trouble is. He's more like a dog in that, but he's a cat, so even when you do like reprimand him, he doesn't change. 2 children, 3 baby raccoons, 13 chickens, 3 baby goats, A new small blackbird with a wounded wing. Wow, Krista Miller, I give you credit.
Having a kid, it seems like the most important thing in the world when they're little. But once they're fully grown, it just becomes this chapter that's in the past that you rarely think about.
I feel like my dad always thinks about it, though. He's an INFP, though, so he would, right? Like...
Yeah, well, that's FI. FI, absolute values.
I think Eric definitely has a chance of being president. He's convinced a lot of people. Adopt a rock. I have lots of rocks. They're in cabinets and stuff. Now, Simple Girl, like, has that ship sailed? Like, did you want them at one point or did you not? Like, I kind of have always been on the side of not having them because mental health issues run in my family and I had to kind of take care of myself first. I'd rather babysit. I like babysitting. Babysitting's fun. Babysitting has always been one of my favorite jobs.
Well, maybe some people get a grandkid.
Yeah, and someday, yeah, exactly. And maybe someday I'll be an aunt too. I mean, not that I'll ever see that.
Are we out of ketchup?
No, no.
Oh, no. I still don't see it. Where is it?
It's not in by like the milk.
Oh, yeah, there it is. If it were a snake, it would have bitten me.
Thank you. Here goes. Boundaries, boundaries, boundaries. Boundaries are so important. You know who's good with boundaries? ESTJ. They set their boundaries up right away. INFJs are like, back and forth. No, I don't own Lululemon pants. I have like pants that look like Lululemon pants, but they're from Hollister. Thanks, Kristen Miller. Yeah, 2028, you've got it. I agree. He does. Like he's don't ever give up on something that you really want. Like if you really want to have kids, I don't see why you shouldn't.
Simple Girl may be too old for kids.
You could adopt. Do I like farts? Yes, when I feel gassy. Always take care of yourself first, because if you don't take care of yourself, they're no good at taking that. Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, I'm like not 100% great at taking care of myself. So it makes me sad because I feel like I don't fit in because I have feelings. But I do love children. Like I said, like I love being a babysitter. Chanel, if you really want to have kids, you could always adopt. Exactly. I like poop when I have to go to the bathroom and when I'm feeling constipated.
take care of me.
Yeah.
I'm a baby.
That's exactly what Jeebus said.
Thank you, Jeebus. You're right.
He is. I have to take care of him. And I'm incredibly, like, sensitive to stuff, so Eric has to take care of me. But it's kind of like I'm the teenager and he's the baby. I'm not a full-grown adult yet. I don't think I'll ever be a full-grown adult. You fit in everywhere you belong, Rachel. Quite frankly, if you feel babysitter's what you need to be, that maybe that's your future. Who knows? You will save and help by doing what you feel you need to do. Yeah, honestly, I've thought about doing babysitting here. I've thought about working at the supermarket. I've thought of working as a hostess here. It's always like backup things because I have self-preservation second, and so if I don't think about those kind of things, I feel like I'm not being responsible. Yeah, he's the best baby. I did go to school. I got a degree in drumroll, one of the best bachelor's degree that you can get. I got a bachelor's degree in sociology. So what did I do my junior and senior year mostly? Studied people. I literally had a class called like relationships and marriage, and it was all about the psychology of like relationships, why they work, why they fail, what makes a good relationship. It was like so interesting. It was like really interesting, but no way, Jeebus, not happening. Our age gap is 13 years or 14 years, depending on when you're asking. Because my birthday's in January, but yeah, it's 14 years. Yeah, Crystal Miller, I do. You seem pretty empathetic too. I mean, very empathetic. Why not? Because, like, I don't feel like doing it. Whether one is rich or poor, educated or religious or non-believers, man or woman, black, white, or brown, we're all the same physically, emotionally, and mentally. We're all equal. Thanks, simple girl. If you're talking about me and Eric is very compassionate, and that's what I meant where, like, I see how well adjusted Eric and Delilah are, and that comes from good parenting. Eric was a good parent, and he was a good parent because his parents were a good parent, You learn. No worries, Marcus. I don't have a job at the moment. I'm a housewife. Fundamental level, religion, ethnicity, culture, language make no difference. So you think you're a chicken, or do you think you're like an animal that eats chicken? Because like a lot of people, like I think chicken's the most, like the biggest thing that people eat. Not the biggest in size, but like most often people eat chicken.
Well, it's the best ratio of energy into calories out of any food thing.
Is it?
Yeah. So it's like vegetarians sometimes claim that it's environmentally friendly for based on variety calculations to eat vegetables instead of animals. But actually chickens are more on all those calculations, chickens beat vegetables.
Wow.
Yeah. Beef's not very environmentally friendly, but chickens actually are the most efficient way people have to get calories into their body.
I had no idea.
Listen, ooh ah ooh, would you like to eat some chickens? Ooh ah ooh, if you don't, then why not? Whoa whoa whoa, chickens.
You know, my dad doesn't eat chicken.
Really?
Yeah. This has got to be an FI Dom thing, too. When he was younger, my grandma La Pelosa brought him to a butcher. And back in the day, they would kill the chicken right in front of you, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And he saw the chicken running around without a head, and after that, he couldn't eat chicken.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is very SIFI.
Mm-hmm.
Make it more flavor here.
Where my grandma was just normal, that's what you do. But why do we look like cartoon characters, Jeebus? Sean Hill says, fun fact about spirit animals. Most Viking spirit animal was a farm animal. Very rare to get bear, raven, or wolf. Most people associated with them.
Interesting.
In fact, the wolf was a bad one as it gets. Wow, so what would they, were dogs a spirit animal?
Like cow.
Cow. Chickens.
Pig.
Pig. I wouldn't think that for the Vikings. I would think they would want wolves.
Well, I mean, they're probably just saying animals that are helpful to us are good.
I'm not allergic to corn. Eric's not allergic to corn.
Who's allergic to corn? Nobody's allergic to corn.
A great comic book. What about us would make a great comic book? Hey, 9 miles away. Weston's mom.
Alright, I think this is. Well, the U.S. still down 1-0. The most coveted among the Vikings is the dragonfly, meaning change, strength, and growth. All right. Let's try eating some of this hamburger.
Leave your sister alone. Meow. Meow. She doesn't want you. Thank you. Keep on going. Keep on going, Trouble. Keep on going. Thank you. Oh, that looks delicious.
Mm-hmm. Lou knows someone who's allergic to corn. I should get Rachel some Lululemon pants.
Oh my god. I have like
What are Lululemon pants like?
they're like yoga pants.
Rachel doesn't do yoga.
I used to.
How many pub lights does it take for a buzz? Isn't it like 0.5? Pub lights? I don't know what that is. No, Jeebus. Well, that's fine. I'm interested in learning the Viking heritage. That's good to know. Mm-hmm. I know. I'm a lucky man. 9 wheels away from anarchy.
I'm a lucky woman. You get hit on a lot too. Because you're so handsome.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
You speak such sweet words to me.
I mean them. I really like that Eric doesn't mind my love languages. Like mine are definitely my top 3 anyway that I know is quality time, words of affirmation, and physical touch. And like if there was a camera in our house and like with a recorder, like you'd see how often I'm like, "You're my precious wonder," or "I love all your bones and skin," or "You make my life a wonderful place to be in."
I have a beverage 9 meals away from anarchy. Rachel, I do not expect her to be my servant or anything.
Yeah, I'm lucky though that I get a lot of quality time with Eric because it is my number 1. That boy Klaus fire the coach.
I mean, I'm sipping on,
No, Izzy, no.
I'm drinking this. Arnold Palmer, half and
Ooh, I
half.
want to put it. It kind of looks like my face. Sorry.
Looks like your face.
Like if I put it over his face over mine. I'm on Palmer, and I'm an all-time low 18 holes, score 60, most consecutive birdies 7, career hole-in-ones 20, 92 victories, and 2-time British Open champion. That's me, and I'm not only did I do all that stuff, but I created a drink.
I would point out, though, Annabelle, that there are millions of written accounts of, say, I don't know, Biden. So quantity of writing about is not an indication of correctness or goodness. Well, that boy Klaus, look. I'm factoring in a lot of things when I choose this, okay? I would also potentially add to that lime Ricky.
Yeah, cherry lime Ricky's really good.
But the thing specific to these is it's not as hard on your stomach as regular iced tea. In other words, not as much caffeine, not as much acidity to it, and more like water in terms of just thirst quenchingness. I am eating a cheeseburger, Misty, do I? Or the last bits of it. Hmm. The thing is, they've got this in diet too. Diet, do not get that one.
Oh, it's so like artificial sweetener taste. It's not good.
And then they don't really have one that's not light,
Yeah, they don't.
but they do have one that's not light that has strawberry in it too.
Yeah. That one's okay.
Mm-hmm. This is my favorite one. It's like among the iced tea things because it's very light and refreshing.
That's funny. Chanel. I saw like a clip of the owner of Arizona Iced Tea getting interviewed, and he was asked like, why do you keep the price at 99 cents? And he's like, why not? Like, we're doing well. You know, we pay
It's the right price point.
yeah, he's like, we're not hurting, so why change the price? And they have it on the can purposely so that you can't change the price to whatever you want.
So 9 minutes away from anarchy says I think you meant to say sneak drinks, don't you, bro? No, I do not drink any alcohol.
No.
It would be pretty hard for me to sneak it because I would definitely end up getting drunk and it would be obvious that I was drinking. And,
do you think it would be obvious to me?
well, soon enough. Like,
Well, I'd smell it. That's one thing.
yeah, you could smell it. And you told me what does that say? You Odals?
O'Doul's?
Is that what you meant to say there? I do drink O'Doul's. But if you want to say that non-alcoholic beer that has a teeny, yeah, that's true. Okay, fair enough. If you want to consider that drinking alcohol, then yes, I drink alcohol all the time. I drink non-alcoholic beers all the time.
Which is basically water.
If you consider that alcohol, well then I'm a daily alcohol drinker. But you'd have to be insane to consider that alcohol.
Yeah, because like it doesn't have the effects of alcohol. I mean,
some of them are 0.0.
yeah.
And I do get those as well. I don't have a preference between 0.0 or less than 0.5, but I can't tell any difference, you know?
Well, it is important for people to know that there's 0.5% in beer because, like, say they're like when I got a DWI, I had a breathalyzer in my car, and if I even swished my mouth with Listerine, I would get like a buzz saying that I was driving with alcohol, or that I couldn't drive because there was alcohol in my system. So 0.5 is the same thing. If you drive and you had a lot of 0.5% alcohol, the breathalyzer will show that you have alcohol, which sucks.
Purportedly, for some of it. Like, I heard this story about Coors Edge, that somebody had Coors Edge inside of a bar one time, and they had and they had a one of those court mandated breathalyzer in their car things, and it tagged them as having consumed a little bit of alcohol. But by and large, I think non-alcoholic beers have a good deal less than
Oh yeah.
than that point zero point
Yeah.
five. You know, so
I just think it's important for people to who are like I had like with a breathalyzer in the car or whatever to know that 0.5% if you drink enough of it can. I mean, Listerine.
yeah. So that's fine if you don't want to consider me sober. It's fine because Alcoholics Anonymous doesn't consider me sober either because I smoke weed and do other substances
But
besides
if
alcohol.
the book doesn't say it, I don't understand what the problem is.
There is no problem with what I'm doing. It's just that other people who think they know whatever will say whatever they want to say, but I'm the one who actually lives the life,
Right.
So it's like I know what it was to be an actual drunk, and I know what a big deal it is to not drink anymore and to not having drunk for 10 years, 10
10
plus
years
years.
is a great amount of time. That's something to be proud of.
I mean, I don't consider myself an alcoholic per se. I'm not a practicing alcoholic. I do believe that the inability to have a healthy relationship with alcohol that plagued me for a long time before I quit would reemerge should I drink again. Well, that's fine. I'm not trying to be defensive.
What is a dry drunk?
That means that's a term that they use in Alcoholics Anonymous to say you're not drinking, but you're not working your program, and it's making you
Oh.
go kind of crazy or something.
Oh.
I had a question about Listerine recently. Is it technically an open alcohol container charge if you have Listerine in your passenger seat when you get pulled over? Have you already opened the Listerine? I know Jules' drinker is a dry drunk. One of the ways I know that, I get this is begging the question, but one of the ways that I know that non-alcoholic beer does not have enough alcohol in it to matter is that I don't feel any desire, interest, or whatever to continue drinking it. When I was drinking beer with alcohol in it, it's like I kept wanting more beer with alcohol in it. 40. AA is for quitters. That's true. For those who want to quit alcohol. Unfortunately, it's been turned into a quit everything thing, which is sad and wrong, but such is life. People are full of sad and wrong things all the time. It doesn't appear as though there's anything worth watching on television right now. I mean, sure, there's a dog show, but I mean, sure, there's WNBA basketball. How excited am I about that? How excited am I about WNBA basketball? I will tell you how excited I am. Not excited at all. Jiva says, Eric, you are wrong about AA. Okay, that's fine. I can be wrong about AA. Let's move on. I'm sorry, you should ban me. Let's talk movies. You're nothing to apologize for. My native grandmother loved Listerine. Good for her. Inside Out 2 Garfield. Good for Garfield. 4 broken bones in my spinal cord, and about 30 others in other places of my body, yada, yada, yada,
Wow.
yada. Oh, did that happen to you? If so, were you professionally wrestling? In Western culture, alcohol, drugs, and sex are normal. They're normal everywhere, in all kinds of cultures. Mike Rowe. You don't have anything to be sorry for, 9 meals. You have a good night as well. Rachel doesn't have any yoga pants. Is it a suicidal person whose car has quit on them? A member of AAAAA? Maybe. Maybe they are. That's a lot of oof. That's a lot of A's. Oof, says Lou. Um. Anyhow, it is the case that if you've got uh, a more kind of communitarian society that more successfully keeps people away from indulgences that could potentially prove harmful, then you're going to incur fewer harms from those indulgences. On the other hand, you're going to incur a great deal of harm in forcing people to not do the kind of things that people naturally want to do, you know?
Okay, so I have this theory, Jeebus, actually, that I'm 5'2", but I have a theory that I actually look a little bit taller than that. Like when I say that I'm 5'2", people are a little bit surprised. Because I have longer legs. Like, would you see, like me standing? I don't feel like I look that petite. I'm not petite, really. I'm petite because I'm 5'2", but like my bones are, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do I look taller than 5'2" visually? Like, would you, or, I'm looking at myself now in the doorway and I would guess more like 5'4".
Yeah, maybe. Jesus, just go fuck yourself. Wanting to be difficult all the time. Wanting to walk lines all the time. No, that happened to me, and I never did get charged with a DUI, but I never made it off the property of my home. So do you quit drinking? Who's Kinson? Or is that the thing you quit drinking? What's Kinson? I didn't know you could get high from huffing Freon. Red wine?
Is that the stuff that from air conditioners?
Yeah. Definitely not something you want to huff.
I wish like I had a bunch of helium balloons that I could huff.
A bunch of what? Helium balloons you have? Just so you could huff something?
I would definitely huff them.
Because you like huffing.
I do. I don't know what it is.
High temporal teleporter.
Like even when we were huffing, whippets, like at a point it stopped doing
shit,
yeah, but it was the huffing. I loved the like kind of the head rush you get from it, but stay away from whippets because they are not good for you.
True that.
Yeah.
True that.
They seem so innocent too. Like you hear about kids having like whipped cream cans and stuff, and they're sold legally.
Well, I'm sure they're harmless enough if you don't binge the living fuck out of them like we did.
Yeah. I really liked
Yeah. Man, old mad. Get still. I am not that mad at the moment. When you crack a whipped cream thing, you must whip it.
Whip it up into shape. Go forward. Move ahead. It's not too late to whip it good.
You had 2 terrifying dreams, Winston's mom?
Do you mind if you share what happened in your dreams, or is it like you don't want to think about them? I get it.
Well, Vladimir Putin was pumping me in the butt.
Ew, that's horrifying.
Winston's mom, that's a filthy dream for you to be having. Hi, John.
Hey, John. If I not along, you must whip it. You must whip it. That's fine, Winston's mom. I was just curious. Go forward. Move ahead. It's not too late to whip it. Whip it good. Did Devo have any other? I feel like they would have other good songs because that song was good.
They've got Big Big Mess.
Oh, I don't think I know that one.
So big mess, doo 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 doo, big mess, doo 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 doo, big mess. When it really mixed up, you know a big mess, doo 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 doo, big mess, doo 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 doo, big mess.
I like it. I like it already.
And then they've got what else? There's another Devo song. Big, big mess, cause it's all mixed up, it's a big mess. I mean, I cannot meaningfully engage in politics at all right now without going crazy because it's like I'm not doing anything, I'm not running at the moment, so I can't do anything about it except complain or correct people who don't usually want to listen. Muhammad King, hello. The craziest dreams tend to happen after your first alarm. Possibly true. I am going to run in 2028, temporal. But, I'm kind of like, I guess, becoming myself again. And it's a slower process than one might imagine. Is it desirable for you to punish Falaka? Who's Falaka? Foot whipping? No. It's not a good idea. Inflicting pain on other people, by and large, is a bad idea.
Wow, I thought that ChatGPT was wrong, but it's right. You have 2 master numbers in your numerology chart.
Oh, do I?
Yeah. Your personality number is 33.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's pretty. Anything that's like occult or esoteric or whatever that I love. Like, you have like stellar, you have interesting ones that, yeah, that like numerologists would like to look at. Hmm.
I mean, regarding the plan to take partisan control of various things, uh, you know, they're trying to preserve. I understand the motivation. They're saying, look, we've got a serious problem of mission creep going on here. The federal government need to respect the law. Obviously, an agenda to cut taxes is a wise thing to do. The federal government is spending way too much money. To the extent they want to do redistribution of shit, they're doing it in fucked up, stupid ways. I don't agree with this idea of turning career government employees into political appointees, but I also would point out that accordingly, the next president would have the chance to get rid of them all and appoint them new ones. It's a good idea to kind of undermine the bureaucratic shadow government to some extent. Not a terrible idea, really. Though that's something I would pursue. But the idea of getting rid of career government job people as a means of undermining the impacts of bureaucracies justifying their own budgets and stuff. It's a good, well intentioned at least. Muhammad King says, I do BDSM sessions in Viet Falaka. Well, good for you. You're an expert in whipping people's feet. Shamit Pius says, hi. Hi. I have mixed feelings about term limits, actually. But the thing is, what certainly I am in favor of term limits for the presidency. 2 terms is plenty. And the only difference between what that organization is advocating for in the status quo is that organization is saying is when a new president comes in, there should be lots of government jobs where the people who are working those jobs get fired, and that president brings in people to replace them, even though they're not cabinet positions or whatever. Maybe they're people working at the FDA. The thing is, well, the channel's about all kinds of things, Shamit BS, but today it's kind of about reasons why we might want to feel alarmed and nine meals. That's crazy. All right, so let's say it should be 3 terms. Whatever it is, fine. The point is, what's being advocated or disputed or debated here as to whether it's a good idea is a matter of how many jobs that are, say, jobs people have in the Food and Drug Administration, jobs people have in the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms department jobs that people have in the IRS or that they have in the Department of the Interior or whatever, how many of those should be jobs that are hired for and treated like jobs, and how many of those should be political appointees? In other words, the new admin comes in, like, for example, no presidential cabinet survives the transition to a new president, right? New president comes in, they bring in their own cabinet members, etc. I'm not going to send you $10, Manny Leash, but thanks for asking. I think my idea of the opposition should become the VP by default. It would be interesting to see how that would play out. Well, the VP doesn't have any power, so it would just be like the only thing the VP would be doing is wishing the president would die.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Lyndon B. Johnson ever had like trauma, being like, oh my god, this is what I wanted and it happened in the most brutal way.
You mean if it would be traumatic if the president did die?
Well, like for Lyndon B. Johnson, he was the vice president, so like maybe he had thoughts of like.
Oh, so when it happened, he felt. I mean, who knows? Who knows what happened with JFK and Lyndon B. Johnson and stuff?
Mm.
Angry Squid says, "What's up, man? Not much. Um, sounds like an anxiety circuit. Not sure what an anxiety circuit is." Well, I mean, Winston's mom, that's exactly a good way of articulating it. Trump has a simplistic vision, but it is a vision. And he can behave as a strong leader does in some fashion. Even though he's a bad leader, you wouldn't call him weak. So the question is this: what do you choose from? Weak and visionless, or, you know, not weak, having a vision, but not having any respect for legitimacy, you know? So I don't think that Biden's, I think that Trump's less mentally diminished than Biden is. But, you know, regardless of that, by the end of this Biden administration term, I had already determined that between the turd sandwich and the douchebag, I thought after a term with turd sandwich, I wanted douchebag. But now that I've had douchebag, I want turd sandwich again. Because I never thought I would choose turd sandwich, but I think it's better than douchebag. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to say that Biden, if he wants to claim a more legitimate engagement with ideas as a preferable attribute than Trump, then he needs to behave as though he has a vision and understands what it is. Obi Terra says, "What's up, old man Wrinkles?" Oh, I'm just wrinkling. Oh, he'll leave office once he regains it. He definitely will. No matter how much he doesn't want to, he will. So anyway, politics is horrible. It's one of the things that I put on my list here of reasons why we should all be very alarmed. Okay, I'll make it a little bit smaller, and I'll show it to us all. Not in all of its specifics, Winston's mom, but I do understand that it's an expansive interpretation of the powers of the president. So, well, I think people are likely. This is just a guess, really. I'm guessing that people are probably reading the court ruling too expansively, but I'll have to read it myself to determine that. Okay, well, obviously, I get it. If all of you people are saying, Eric, you need to fucking save the day, okay, I get it. I will begin this process of running ASAP, you know, once this current election cycle is done. You know, I'll get up and running into presidential candidate running for election mode. And as long as, having candidates who are actively in the process of running is that my mom in the back? She looks way younger than you'd expect my mom to look.
It's a really close guess, though.
She's not my mom.
I'm his wife.
She's my stepmom.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. No, she is my wife, actually. She's 39. I'm 53. Yeah, I know. She's gorgeous. So I don't want to stress out about things like that. It's a good reason to potentially be concerned. I don't want Newsom. She's grooming me. Yeah. I mean, I'd probably take Newsom over Biden or Trump too, despite the fact that I despise Newsom. Again, you're like, use tampon, used diaper, or used condom. Someone else has used one of those three. I don't want any of those disgusting things, obviously. So, the whole thing is depressing. It's on my list of things to be depressed about, things to be worried about. Would I be a good president? Yes, I'd be an excellent president. I'm reasonable. I'm honest. I understand the value and validity of all the various individuals, and I also get how being incredibly wrong isn't unique to any particular one side. I would actually make an attempt to represent all of the people, not just the people who are on my team. And I make a concerted effort to explain all the decisions and the realities to the American people in ways that they can respect. Which is not something Trump's ever done, or Biden. The thing is, you would expect a little bit better from Biden in that regard, but no. But super Eric. Would Eric be a good president? Yes. Dan Crenshaw? Don't know who that is. He at least doesn't need handlers to self-incriminate or make it through the day. To not self-incriminate. Talking about Newsom? Newsom doesn't? Um, well, the thing is, I wish Newsom did have some handlers who restrained him from taking action, because the actions he takes are terrible. He was gnawing on the rich and chewy bits of all the things that were wrong about COVID. Would I imprison mistyped influencers? No, I would not. No, I would not. Puttycat says, yes, Eric President, he has great tax policy and understands the federal government has way too much power and needs to be reduced. That's true. But I'm at the same time not 100% libertarian, and there are areas where I will side with the left regarding the scope and scale of federal government. For example, I'm quite EPA friendly. Most libertarians are not going to be in favor of the EPA, and they're going to say selectively picking certain expansions of the federal jurisdictional scope, while selectively being principled about others is no form of real principlism at all. And I'll say, I'm way ahead of you. Well, I mean, I'm not exactly sure the expression of no true Scotsman, but it's probably a form of begging the question. Like, no true Scotsman would drink this pissy French liqueur, and you go, well, my cousin Dave, who's from Scotland, he drinks this stuff. And put me, well, I is not really truly a Scotsman then. Because no true Scotsman would drink that. The Dems like Whitmer, she was just as bad as Newsom during COVID. Anybody who was bad during COVID about COVID needs to explain themselves beforehand and come and prove that they understand now why they were wrong, that they won't make that mistake again, etc. If you're able to do that, then I'm impressed by your honesty, right? Like your willingness to be corrected, and that might be enough to make me vote for you. Unless and until you do that, you can count on a Strauss administration articulating where and how I fucked up and why as well, not just where and how why I succeeded. I'm not afraid to be accountable. The buck stops here, as Truman said. Who was the president that had the buck stops here on his desk? Anybody remember? It was Truman. Look at me remembering things. So these things on my list here, population economics, that is to say, population growth specifically as it impacts the economics of the Western democratic world. Most Western democracies are reproducing at less than replacement. So, if you've got an aging population and much of the redistributive efforts of the country are redistributing from young to old, you have a growing and potentially economy crippling problem. Number two, climate change. It doesn't matter whatever you want to say about climate change, except that it is in fact happening at quite a high rate of warming at the moment and appears to continue to do so for the immediately foreseeable future, barring some strong contraindicative thing. It could be ultimately that there's some kind of contraindicative vector that kicks in as it gets, it could be, we don't know what the curve looks like. Does it look just like this? Does it look like this? How the curve looks makes all the difference in the world. And me getting out. I don't know. You said something that pissed me off. So just yeah, well, the hypocrisy is especially appalling, for sure. But okay. But of course, it's also the case that my third thing, well, let me go back to climate change. So, yes, there is warming. Yes, we're talking about melting ice caps. Yes, we're talking about rising sea levels. Yes, we're talking about more extreme weather, etc. But it's important to remember that some of the biggest harms of climate change are actually harms incurred by attempts to mitigate climate change rather than adapt to it. So things like carbon caps, carbon taxes, that kind of stuff is harmful ultimately in lots of different ways. You know, government sponsored drives to switch to green energy, so-called green energy, without actually converting the power plants that generate the electricity to nuclear or something that doesn't produce carbon is just fucking environment theater, right? So, that I had no idea. That's who you were or anything. Crystal Miller, I did not know that about you. I caught COVID too. Mostly everybody got COVID. Um, well, Jeebus, when I'm president, I won't have time to engage in your kind of discourse, uh, which is of questionable seriousness at all times. COVID's not nothing. I'm not saying it's nothing. Climate change is not a hoax, okay? The world definitely is warming. At least over the course of the last century or so, we've seen rather dramatically uh, more volatile, ever more volatile weather, and a dramatic decrease in average ice shelf stuff, etc. The point is, the response to climate change should be one of adaptation, not of mitigation. So we should anticipate this more volatile weather. We should anticipate rising sea levels, and we should try to prevent those things from causing harms in our cities and stuff. We should understand that when it comes to carbon, we need to treat it like sewage. We don't we don't deal with people pooping and peeing too much by telling them to poop and pee less. We deal with the poop and pee once it's out of their body in a more effective way. So we may need to develop more effective sequestration technologies or whatever if we want to address global warming directly at all. But first and foremost, we need to understand that carbon is the natural consequence of human endeavor. Productivity produces carbon, and uh, and to recognize that the Earth has undergone many dramatic shifts in temperature, And sure, we love our existing world ecosystem and so forth. And changing global climate will impact that, but it doesn't mean we're responsible to do something differently in regards to that, right? How long have weather records been kept? Well, in a lot of ways, in some places for a long time, and in other places not for such a long time, for such a long time. But we we can recognize the fact that for over the course of the last 100 years or so, and longer than that, realistically, but um, we've seen a steady move uh, towards a warmer globe, you know. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. What is a bad thing is to pretend that's not the case. Okay, regardless of what you think about climate change, let's think about it like this. There's enough there's enough good argumentation out there to believe that indeed our world's climate changes over time. We know that for sure, right? Some winters are harder than others. We can imagine certainly cycles of maybe not just 1 year, but 100 years that make perfectly good sense. So let's just imagine, for the sake of argument, that it is warming and that we are going to see rising sea levels, less sea ice, etc. Okay. Um, we begin by acknowledging that this is something we can't prevent or control because we can't prevent or stop people from producing carbon. Everything that we do produces carbon. Every energy we burn, every breath we take, everything. So we adapt, we don't try to mitigate. Yeah, the climate's always changing. But the key point is, regardless of that, given that it is changing in the warming direction right now, let's acknowledge that even if we want to prevent some of those harms, we shouldn't try to prevent the process. So the thing is, we want to agree where we can agree. All right. All reasonable minded people should agree that at least if you look at a certain zoom level, we do appear to be warming, and that appears to be an ongoing trend over the course of at least 100, 200 years, somewhere in there, right? We should all be able to agree on that. We should all agree that warmer climate is bad for some creatures, for example. So, but then we get the correct question at that point is what should we do? Okay, well, let's assume you're correct about all of the causal stuff that you want to claim, other people over here. It's still not the case that we should try to limit carbon emissions because that's not a sane way to do things. A sane way is to deal with carbon better once it's emitted. When we had air pollution in Los Angeles, we didn't tell people to drive their cars less. We got catalytic converters, got rid of lead gasoline, right? Because we knew that whatever solution we were going to engage in, it needed to not undermine the agency of individuals and their ability to be productive and to make their own choices. No, Jeeves, no. And the thing is, with other instances like this in the past, even if we assume what people are saying is correct, that in fact that too much carbon is the problem, etc. And other instances like this in the past, which we can point to, including lead in the atmosphere from gas, including sewage problems from cities as they reach a certain size, including uh, air pollution that doesn't link to lead, but just links to the produce of combustion, to water pollution, etc. The thing is, we don't try to stop people from doing this stuff, right? We try to stop it from doing the harms. So we don't stop chemical manufacturers from manufacturing chemicals. We stop them from putting it into the waterway. We make them store it someplace else or whatever. We don't prevent people from driving. We get catalytic converters, get rid of lead and gas, etc. We don't prevent people from pooping and peeing. We get better ways to manage the sewage. Same thing with carbon. Even if we accept all that shit, we should not try to prevent people from producing carbon. We should either do a better job of capturing the carbon after it's been produced, but before it enters the atmosphere, or do a better job of sequestering the carbon after it's entered the atmosphere. Eric, how do you say so gaunt? Just my body is that way. Ectomorphic body type, right? Here's what we do based on my studies in environmental science. We don't have to create green energy or stop people. We have to learn to fend for ourselves again. That means local agriculture. Well, I mean, that's not that's not going to happen either, right? Uh, there's very little that we can do to help the environment that's not extremely focused. Like this chemical is killing all the birds. Let's make that chemical illegal. Good job. Lead is making everybody lead poisoned. Let's take the lead out of the gas. Good idea. Nobody's going to keep you accountable to your diet. Keep yourself accountable to your diet, okay? Nobody wants that responsibility. So, I mean, that's sort of a vision for your understanding of utopia or whatever. That's not a plan of any kind. That's not any kind of thing that we, meaning the government, the state, some law or something, can do without causing way more harm than you could imagine. The thing is, there are myriad people all around the world who are thinking about these kind of questions right now, and many of them are doing so under a frame of utilitarianism. Utilitarianism says whatever people say greatest good for greatest number. But what they should say about utilitarianism says I can justify anything as long as I can point to purported benefits that outweigh measured harms. So, looking on this list of things we ought to feel concerned about, we are down to political division. Part of the problem that makes it difficult to solve any problems is that people are so politically divided. They're much more interested in blaming the wrong politics people than they are in engaging meaningfully about what we ought to do or ought not to do. Obviously, we're in a state of insecurity regarding international politics, namely, we've got potential war tinderboxes in Russia, Ukraine, and in Taiwan, China, not to mention nuclear armed North Korea and Iran that really wants to be nuclear armed. Not to mention Israel, Iran, right? Well, good for you, Kyle Thomas. I don't have those things. Now, let's look at pandemics, which is, say, engineered bioweapons. If we were just talking about naturally occurring pandemics, I don't think any of us would have much of anything to worry about. But the fact is, there are plenty of people who are talking about the problems with the world, which include things like overpopulation, uh, too much, basically humanity placing too much of a burden on the ecosystem, right? And those people would love to see a reduction in population. It's certainly conceivable, reasonable, even to be expected, perhaps, that given that we've got powerful individuals, organizations, governments, non governmental organizations, etc., doing work on bioweapons, it makes perfect sense that some of those people would release such a thing in order to depopulate the humans on the earth while preserving all the environmental diversity that exists for the good of the planet, so to speak, right? Obviously, that's not legitimate. Hi, Hambone. Obviously, nobody should feel like it's morally acceptable for them to do that. But in a horrible world where utilitarianism underlies every advocacy of every sort nowadays, it seems like, um, it's very conceivable that that would happen. It's speculative, but not not wildly. It's not it's not a wild reach to imagine that that's what happened with COVID, right? Because after all, when it initially was released, either accidentally or purposefully, and it was almost certainly, lab generated, it it killed off the old and sick and left the younger people all just fine, right? You can easily conceive of that as being imagined as a humane way to thin the population. Is it that? We don't know, but it's it doesn't beg credulity at all. Next, we've got six: shadow government, cyber war, sabotage, disinformation, um, the breakdown of transition of power, which is something Winston's mom's worried about, whether or not the president has is going to give himself emergency powers so he stays in office forever or something. There's a theory that we have too many feeders and breeders on Earth.
I thought that the people aren't in America breeding.
Well, I mean, it's with that comment, it's about global population. And while Western democracies are generally reproducing at under replacement, most other parts of the world are reproducing at over replacement. So the population is of the globe is still growing on balance.
Mm.
It's just not growing as fast as it was, say, 20, 30 years ago.
Mm.
Okay, well, I'm not telling you, Crystal Miller, that overpopulation will in fact lead to sort of catastrophic environmental collapse or anything like that. I'm not saying that overpopulation is um, necessarily a big deal in and of itself. The reason I have population on this list, I have it as population economics. What I'm talking about is, in that instance, number one, I'm saying with population economics is that we, like in America, we've got an aging population and under replacement birth rates, and we've got this thing called Social Security that redistributes from the young to the old. That's a problem as the population ages, etc. Regarding the pandemics, my point is there are people who believe strongly that the global population should be substantially less than it is, and the global population is in and of itself a problem. regardless of what you feel about it. They believe that, right? Such parties also armed with utilitarianism, namely, if the benefits outweigh the harms, it's justified that such people might release bioweapons to thin the Earth's human population in pursuit of their goals is not unrealistic to imagine. The technology exists, and they could do it without harming the environment. Yeah, we gotta sunset it. Otherwise, we're just hurtling along to the edge of the cliff, getting closer and closer, not doing anything about it. You know, I don't try to sound knowledgeable about things. I am knowledgeable about things. So, with the next thing is shadow government, cyber war, sabotage slash disinformation. We could imagine shadowy agencies of any number of different governments successfully uh, damaging information infrastructure substantially enough to create at least a periods of unrest slash chaos. Um, Sabotaging even physical components of, say, a nuclear power plant, as Stuxnet was able to do in Iran. You know, so those are possible things. But I think the bigger problem with shadow government stuff, intelligence agencies, secrety shit like that, is disinformation. They're a fount of attempts to control information and narrative in a number of different ways, either to dissemble, to befuddle clarity, etc. Footy cat, I will thank you for reminding me of that. I'll keep that in mind as a potential advocacy that one might make. Um, Jeebus, you're such a schmeebus. No, I did not watch the debate, but the point I'm making is not about the debate. I didn't say anything about the debate. I just was talking about Trump and Biden in their respective ways, but I did not talk about the debate. Yes, befuddling clarity is a sort of thing where disinformation hits along divisive lines in some way. You've got people who might present meow 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 position as anti-science or racist or meow. These things are all dog whistles to certain group affiliations that the narratives are intended to divide questions to make them difficult to resolve. Okay, Jeebus, I've had enough of your generally shitty attitude, especially when you ignore things I've already said in certain terms, which is I don't want to follow politics until I plan to be able to do something about it, right? Otherwise, it just makes me angry. So, disinformation of a variety of sorts. There are a lot of different ways that mainstream media outlets uh, poison the well against certain ideas, concepts that might have legitimate, a lot more legitimacy if they played out narratively against different kinds of responses. People are susceptible to glomming on to a certain narrative provided it's done that kind of divisiveness team orientation thing. Here's a fun social experiment I've tried to do with several people. How do you view yourself as far as what the rest of the people use for strange buzzwords? What's that mean? Strange
Yeah.
buzzwords. I will go ahead and say what I am afterwards. But there are so many people that agree with everything I have to say that they've said what I agree with, yada, 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 but apparently our buzzwords are different. Okay, so
Buzzword.
buzzwords, you mean that's what you're talking about, like the divisive things, right? The dog whistly things. Like if some publication calls something racist, it's saying everybody who's sort of emotionally attached to being woke don't like this thing. And and if it says on the other hand that it's anti-science, it's triggering this other group. If it says it's magical thinking, it's triggering another group. If it's saying that it's faith-based, it's trying to appeal to a different group. If it's saying that it traditional values or whatever, trying to appeal, all these things that are irrelevant, sort of nutshell bags to put your values in rather than actual positions on actual things. Mitchell Cole says, "Oh, shut up, old ass." Well, thanks, Mitchell. Thanks for your input. I appreciate it. Exactly. Divisive words, they try so hard to create a difference between us, even though we were saying the same thing. Well, there's more. It's not just, remember, it's ourselves dividing ourselves, except when it's sourced from willful information campaigns from intelligence agencies, right? I mean, the thing is, what that Jonathan Haidt guy is doing there is he's failing to understand that human beings make determinations about things with values that correlate to their cognitive function stack, and some of those things he's mentioning do correlate to certain cognitive functions, but it's it's ridiculous to say that I mean, it's so wrong to imagine that people adhere to some or other of those things when in reality they use some or other of those kinds of justifications to advocate for whatever they're advocating for, regardless of whether the justifications are consistent with previous instances of them justifying. So it's like, yeah, yeah, I'm not one of those people either, Krista Miller. So anyway, disinformation leads to political is contributes to political division, but it also contributes to a general sense of either uncertainty or kind of pathological um, delusionary certainty. So it leads to, well, how much should we believe in some sort of shadow cabal pulling the strings? It certainly is feasible. We have examples of it. How much does it happen? How much does it not? There's lots of shit going on in secret. What is it going on in secret? What are all these secrets all about? Etc. You know? Uh, Next, let's look at natural disasters. We can still encourage just regular natural disasters that have nothing to do with the current moment of time, the current evolution of society, civilization, or whatever. It just has to do with living on a changing Earth. In that case, the sun flare, which has an EMP quality to it, is kind of unique to now, where we're so massively reliant on electronics, and unshielded electronics we all get fried. Simple Girl says it's by design, the division. So it might be Simple Girl, but that's what I'm talking about with the on the disinformation thing here. Is we it's hard for us to say exactly what's going on because so much shit's going on in secret, right? It's hard to imagine unanimity at the top of any group that has power. Um, it's hard to get unanimity among anybody. So it seems more likely that uh, that basically the Republicans made a determination at some point that they were going to be successful only if they really riled up their base, and there was a concerted effort by the Republicans to counter what they saw as progressive narratives that infused and dominated traditional media, which they weren't exactly wrong, right? But regardless, I think it's much more well understood as a naturally occurring phenomenon of partisanship gone amok, gone sophisticated in its strategizing, ultimately. So, regardless, sun flare, obviously concerning supervolcano, mega quake plus tsunami. I mean, those things happen very rarely. If they do happen, well, I mean, there's nothing we can do about that, right? Technology catastrophe. We do have potential technology catastrophes, like you could imagine an AI singularity catastrophe happening. It could be as simple as you get some kind of super intelligent artificial intelligence that's been tasked to optimally generate paper clips and ends up destroying everything in order to make everything into paper clips. Even if you try to set an artificial limit to it, etc. And another possible technology catastrophe you could imagine might be something related to CERN. People have speculated that they're gonna make a little black hole with their particle acceleration. I think that's kind of overwrought concern, but people do express concerns regarding that. C, fusion reactor oops. Currently in South Korea, they are making uh, trying to make a fusion reaction that produces energy that can be maintained for periods of time. It's hotter than and I don't know. One could imagine something going wrong with that, maybe. Hotter than the sun's pretty hot. Big plutonium spill. There are certain materials in the world, super radioactive materials like highly enriched plutonium and such, that uh, the teeniest speck of it would kill a lot of people, right? And if you could imagine there not being a nuclear war, but some catastrophic spill of something that deadly, and it causing substantial harms, right? Next, we've got asteroids. They say Apophis is going to be fine in 2029, but it is going to pass within 20,000 miles of Earth, which is quite close. And I don't believe that they've accounted for every possible way that something could cause it to run into the planet. But even if it's not Apophis, there's always a possibility of another big asteroid hitting the Earth. It seems like it's been quite a while since a big one has hit the Earth. They do come around periodically. We'll see what's going on with that. And then what I put here Number 10, bad frames. Either number one bad frame is utilitarianism. Nobody believes anymore that the ends don't justify the means. And the second one, B, is deifying or demonizing of science as a thing, as a belief, rather than as a process, rather than understanding that one uses it as a process to draw conclusions. So that's why I can't make any headway arguing against evolution. It's not because um, people have a good reason to believe in evolution. Instead, it's because that's science. How can you go against science? You're being anti-science. That's the only real reason people uh, affirm evolution so consistently. Whenever I argue with them about it, they don't know what it is they believe in. If I can get a car that high of a temperature for that long, are you going to promote that video? In which I cook a turkey in a dang car using mirrors. You could do that. If you want to make that video and you're saying, well, I publish it on Talking with Famous People, absolutely I'll publish it on Talking with Famous People. If you want to make that video, go for it. If you want to publish it on your channel and me promote it, if that's what you're saying, sure, I'll promote it. I'll talk about it. I'll link in it in my community tab. Won't do you much good, but I'll do it anyway. That's science. How many times did we hear that during COVID? Right. Well, look, the point is science is a process, right? So the reason evolution should be negated is because it fails to uphold the processes of science. In other words, it fails to make testable predictions that either validate or falsify its claims. It fails to have a single specific mechanism that you can um, that you can use to explain how species come about. For example, and it's consistently changed over time what its explanation is. So it's like that's not how theories work, right? Once theories have been falsified, they don't get another chance to come up with a different idea, call themselves the same name, and persist. You're getting these parabolic mirrors. Well, good for you. Do I think USA and Russia will nuke each other? Well, hopefully not. But the I don't think Russia will initiate nuclear conflict if they truly believe the U.S. will reciprocate with nukes. If they don't believe that, then is the definition changing or the method of testing changing that discounts it? I'm not sure what you're asking about. I feel like I lost track of what it was you were referring to. So anyway, asteroids, and then yeah, the last two are the frames. So we've covered all the things again. Now it's USA who will initiate because of Russia's well, I don't think it's the BRIC nations that's causing the comparative loss of value of the dollar against other currencies. I think it's a number of a number of different economic pressures that are weakening the dollar. And I think so, in some sense, all currencies are being weakened because of a lack of faith in global stability, which increases the value of precious metals and, of course, also because of the existence of cryptocurrencies. What happens if we run out of weed and booze? I don't need any booze, but yeah, I've had some thoughts about stuff like I was showing Rachel how I was kind of playing around with function rummy earlier, showing Rachel how you can use playing cards to both designate like a, everything with playing cards that are already like linked to something like this suit means this meh, 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 meh. Then you can show a lot of things mechanically with playing cards. I was doing that with her earlier, but we didn't we didn't we didn't make any content out of it. Regardless of the valuation on currency, I don't think the U.S. initiating nuclear conflict is going to benefit our currency much. So that wouldn't be a good motivation to use nuclear weapons. And plus, I just think that nobody wants to have nuclear conflict. Uh, the reason we have the problem now is because Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons when it should have retained them. If it had retained them, then the Soviet and Russia would not be attacking them now. If the U.S. wanted to do something very provocative but very useful, it might arm Ukraine uh, with variable yield, short to medium range ballistic nuclear missiles. As it stands, Russia's just saying, stop helping Ukraine and intervene no further. Do not help them anymore, or we will use nukes. He's trying to draw a line in the sand in which the U.S. is responsible for him initiating the use of nuclear weapons. But the U.S. should, if we had a decent leader, if we had any kind of leadership at the top of this country, there we'd be in control of this narrative rather than chasing it. As it stands, we're chasing the narrative. Well, the USA isn't threatening to nuke. Russia is threatening to nuke. The USA might be at risk of nuking, but it's not actively threatening to nuke. There are words and actions. I've been in a position where you need painkillers. I'd rather smoke something than swallow something. That's just how it goes, and it's not a dirty joke. Yeah, well, I don't. If I were in serious chronic pain, I'd probably want some heavy painkillers. But I'm not in physical pain, and accordingly, I have no reason to do any painkillers. Occasionally, I'll take a Tylenol. Okay, well, NATO is not the U.S., okay? And threatening to flex nuclear muscle is not the same thing as threatening to use nuclear weapons as Putin did. Putin was quite explicit in his threat. Well, I agree that Putin is bluffing, probably. Um, but I mean, I would. I watched a really good video today. Let me see if I can find the link to it. I found it very interesting. So the video was from the Hoover Institute. I believe it's a Stanford based think tank, but I'm not entirely sure. So, which one did I? Let me put this and I'll be able to tell which ones I watched before. What was the one I watched called? End of Everything. All right. So this I watched like all of this. It's an hour and 5 minutes. I had it on mostly double time with the captions on. But this is quite a meaningful thing to watch. This is basically a guy who's talking about moments in history when uh, people said basically, well, they're not going to do that. And then they do. Like the complete destruction and elimination of Thebes. When nobody had ever done that before in that area. There was a sense of you win, but you don't destroy the city. But they'd never gone up against that guy before, right? And he was a fucking psycho. Sorry to go all retroactive on you, my bad. Oh, that's fine. You go as retroactive as you want. Jesus loves you. Raymond Dade says, yes, she does. I don't know what that's referring to. I mean, perception of strength is absolutely significant, right? Obama drew a line in the sand with Syria. And then the Syrian leader crossed that line, and Obama did nothing. If the U.S. says, in no uncertain terms, we are not, this is what we're going to do. We are not going to let you take over Ukraine, Putin. We're going to increase our involvement. We're going to have troops on the ground, etc. We will not, however, attack you directly, Russia. We will attack all Russian forces within Ukrainian territory. This is another proxy war between us. If you want to escalate to a real war, then attempt something like nuclear weapons, carpet bombing, whatever, right? So the thing is, if you want to be Neville Chamberlain, get out of here, Baldy. Right? We are definitely at a moment in history where we've got a choice. Either we fight in defense of a free and civil society in the free world, or we we don't, you know? This isn't like communism where you've got countries who are politically very left and inclined towards cooking their own goose. Fucking let them, right? You're talking about an invasion of another country, a violation of another nation's sovereign borders, because they're friends with us rather than Russia's bitch. Well, I mean, I don't doubt that Ukraine is a dictatorship right now. So is Russia. The point is, regardless of how you want to paint the picture, Russia has no business whatsoever invading Ukraine. They have no business engaging in bullshit, undercover uprising, fomenting in Donetsk and Luhansk. They've got no business annexing Crimea. They've got no business attacking Ukraine at all. Get the fuck out. Well, Sean Al, I don't know if we're the world police or not, but when we told Ukraine, give us your nuclear weapons and we will protect you when Russia invades you, and Ukraine's like, all right, then we purchased that obligation at that moment, right? There aren't any U.S. nukes moving into Ukraine. The U.S. moved nukes out of Ukraine when Ukraine had them after the fall of the Soviet Union. It's part of the disinformation thing, right? These things are very straightforward, but even here in the West, we don't have broad agreement upon it. Boba Fett is in India and has this weird love affair with authoritarianism. There's no explaining it except for the fact that narratives have gotten muddled. Clarity, where we should have obvious clarity, people are not clear. Most people are not clear. Where things should be ambiguous, most people have unjustified clarity. It's a substantial epistemological problem, right? People's epistemics are all aflutter with uncertainty problems. Hello, I'm a Dagogia.
Hello, this is me and Capio. Oh, yes. Look at that beauty. Such a good kitty friend. That's weird. I can't see anything recent.
Is it frozen?
The chat is, but not. Thanks. Here we go. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it's gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where fear is gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. That sounds existential. Put the song Erica.
What song do you want me to put? I'm a dog, yeah.
Drunk clown, are you talking about me?
No, I think Boba Fett was talking about himself, probably.
Mm.
Oh, no, Poroshenko. Talking about I think a Ukrainian president. No, I'm not leaving it
No.
down. I already pooped. So what song do you want me to put?
Yeah, what song do you want him to put?
I'm a dog, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, what?
I'm sorry to hear that,
Yeah, I'm
Lucas.
sorry about that, Lucas.
I can if you tell me which song.
Yeah, what song do you want to put?
Okay, yeah, I'm fine. I'm Erica. I got it. You're calling me by a girl's name. Amazing work. You've done fantastic chat work here. I am so impressed with your cleverness.
Yeah, me too.
And if you can't say what song to put, okay. Wow. Just being mindlessly provocative.
Erica is the name of the song?
I don't know that song.
Who sings that?
I don't know that song.
Hey,
so
Zin.
I can't play it accordingly. I could make up a song called Erica, if you'd like.
I don't know anything about politics. I stay away.
Erica is a girl. She's got an A at the end of Eric. That's how you know it's a girl's name. Erica's a girl. Her name, it rhymes with Derica, but Derica, unlike Erica, is not a girl's name at all. I've never met anybody named Derica, but I surely have met people who are named Erica. That's because Erica is a name, but Derica is ashamed of her nomenclature at all. Well, Lucas, I'm surprised that that's your German national anthem. Did you know that song I just played is the German national anthem?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm
It's so
surprised too.
simple.
Yeah.
And so English.
And not about Germany at all.
No.
I know, I was surprised to hear that too.
But you know best because
I
you
do
have
know best. Yeah.
you have German heritage. So.
Right. Nein, das ist verboten. That's how you speak German.
Your accent or your German accent is like boom.
Thanks,
You're
darling.
welcome.
Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas. Wouldn't they hire his firm to change that name? Gerald always thought maybe chance enough to return to the work left rough. Get back to it eventually. so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing fact list to this list. Oh, how all of the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he drops time in the underview. Too much to be learned, so where now is what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Now Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. So Gerald has a thought.
Sound good.
All right, Putty Cat, you go to sleep. Sleep well, etc. So, I believe I've covered all the things I wanted to discuss here tonight. I think maybe I'll wanna yeah, some of these are the not sleep ones, I guess. They're the less sleep ones. So I'm gonna take, there's one left in there.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a few of these. And then, well, maybe I'll take half. I'll take my half of them.
Okay.
So I'll take 5 of them.
I'm gonna be out some.
Yeah.
So this one has CBN
What does that do?
in it.
I'm not German. I sound like one.
Oh,
I'm American.
the Marionberry, the one that we had before this, that had CBN. So that must be tired, like sleepy.
What's this one have?
CBG. I don't know what CBG.
As usual, many are divided. Thanks, Eric. It's always a pleasure. Thank you, Simple Girl, for being here.
Yes, thanks, Simple Girl.
So what I'm going to need now is a beverage. If you want some leverage, you need to get a beverage. I got coffee. Sure, why not? And then maybe I'll make a new pot of coffee. So, the thing is, I think you can attribute to the to two things: the development of human civilization, despite humanity's many failings, shortcomings, etc. Right? You got your lucky 13. Good for you. Because one might easily enough ask, how is it possible that we've attained this level of wonderful civilization, etc., despite the fact that there's so much difficulty in communicating with one another, reaching agreement about stuff, regardless of what it is. So much of communication is driven in its specifics by people's egos and stuff, you know. Egos or interests, either one runs contrary to correctness, you know. So, how is it that human civilization has gotten as far as we have with all this, like internet, and air conditioning, and plumbing, and medical care, and individual empowerment, etc.? Well, the answer is because of two things. One, the ability of people to accumulate the knowledge from the past via the written word and thereby build upon it. And two, the ability, the inherent quality of things that are correct having more rhetorical slope to them than things that are incorrect. So if I've got a trick to get your wallpaper off in a jiffy with little scraping and it doesn't work, then nobody's going to adopt it. It's going to have a limited amount of play in terms of its longevity. Like, it's not going to get reprinted because nobody else is going to say, oh, I'll share with you this trick that worked for me too, because it didn't work for them. However, it only works that way with things that are expressly solutions to concrete problems, right? And even then, it doesn't necessarily work that way. There's a tendency towards innovation that is sometimes to the detriment of efficacy. Like, nobody teaches grammar by a sentence diagramming anymore, but everybody should, because that was the pinnacle of how to do it. There are some techniques that there's no way to improve upon it. Like doors, for example. You might think, at this point, the basic model of a door should have changed. It's still just a piece of board on hinges with a door handle that you pull open and pull closed. Why don't people have fancier doors? Newer ways to pass through a wall? Why haven't we developed some sort of osmotic membrane that recognizes that I live in the house and then passes me through it with while preventing things that aren't me from going through it? Why don't we have doors that just turn into vapor and then recoagulate into solid? Well, because there's no reason to do all that shit, right? A door is a perfectly fine way to get through a door, to get through a wall. Stephen asks how old I am. I am 53. Isaiah ate some shrooms earlier and you're still feeling good. I'm glad to hear it, Isaiah. I'm doing well. So, it's not necessarily the case that better ideas are always prioritized, but it does tend to be the case that ideas that don't work very well tend to get scrapped. Like, there was this brief eruption in house shapes other than squares and rectangles, like either geodesic domes or just spherical homes or pyramidical homes or whatever. Well, none of those shapes are as good for a house as just regular four walls and a floor and a ceiling. I'll catch it later too, Isaiah. I want to once again share this as a video everybody should see. This is a video that is called The End of Everything with Victor Davis Hanson. It's an interview with a historian about kind of end of civilization kind of moments. I'll definitely check it out. Yeah, I agree with you 100%, Crystal Miller. Crystal Miller says, my collection of weirdo conspiracy theories leads me to believe, yeah, some kind of elite society. In the last 100 years, we've made too many leaps and bounds. Also, flying saucers and whatnot identify flying objects. That's all us testing stuff against other countries. They're testing their stuff against ours. Yeah, I agree with that last bit especially. Hi, Luigi. So,
Hi, say you're rude.
I've been watching different kinds of things. It's interesting how YouTube does not pigeonhole you. Because I might watch meow to meow to meow, I find myself watching videos that might be considered very conservative, like this guy, a fat electrician who is all about gun rights and like pro law enforcement, pro military, etc. And then I watch the video like by a lawyer the other day. It was about, can you legally shoot back at if the cops are illegally shooting at you? And I thought, then that would not be that would be sort of consistent with that fat electrician who's very much about gun rights, right? But then I uh, I watched this video about basically end of civilization stuff, but then I also watched this video about how population demographics make it such that we should increase immigration. It follows my nose as I'm sniffing around. It doesn't assume I need to have something that's angled one way or the other. But what I feel like I notice in the videos that make me upset, I'm dealing with people who are making claims beyond that those that they can really substantiate or sustain. That'll make me mad. Because it's like, all right, here's somebody here who's dismissing the possibility of, say, well, generally, one thing that'll make me very angry is when somebody's reductively dismissive about something that ought to be afforded more legitimate consideration. So I get it when people are reductively dismissive about flat earth stuff, but even then, the people typically aren't reductively dismissive. They provide, but what about this? What about that? Blah, 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 blah. I don't like it when people are reductively dismissive about, say, 9/11, JFK, which we've got good reason to think there's something shady going on in both those instances. I get a little annoyed when people are reductively dismissive that any specific event might have been, you know, some might have involved some kind of information campaign. We know that we have vast amounts of federal dollars going to organizations whose job it is to do extra legal shit, conspiratorial shit, right? So it's not inconceivable that some of the stuff that they do might include some acceptable sacrifices or whatever from their frame of reference. They're utilitarians without exception, or else they wouldn't be engaged in that kind of extra legal shit anyway. I get frustrated when, for example, somebody fails to distinguish between disputing a more or less spherical Earth. They say that's equivalent to disputing evolution as an explanation for species. The thing is, it's true that it's silly to think we don't have a globular Earth because a globular Earth is validated in so many different ways. Like, it explains, meow, meow, meow. The notion is a precondition to all kinds of other statements that we make about astronomy, the solar system, etc. And if if in fact somebody were going to claim the Earth would be flat, they'd have to not only suggest reasons why you might conclude it's not a globe, they'd have to suggest reasons why and show how a flat Earth preferably answers all these questions that are currently answered by a round Earth. In contrast, evolution does not currently answer any meaningful questions, and nothing accordingly is predicated upon it, except stories. So, um, obviously, if you want to just dismiss out of hand the idea of a flat Earth, that's a sensible enough thing to do, or at least require the people who are advocating in favor of a flat Earth to explain the seasons in a way that's as sensible or that as plausible as our understanding of the seasons predicated on a spinning globe moving around, right? Flat means your brain is not healthy. Well, actually, I think there have been some studies on the question, and apparently, what correlates most strongly with belief in a flat Earth is a strong distrust in institutions, a very strong readiness to believe that there are powerful organizations and people who are actively lying to you and all of us, you know? Well, I mean, that's not the case, say no more. It's not so much that the person's brainwashed, it's that they have a deep distrust of institutions that we used to all have a lot more trust in, right? Well, I don't think there really are people who believe that birds aren't real. I think that's kind of a joke conspiracy. What about Columbus? So, well, ethio-technology, the topic right now is basically how to distinguish between things that one can legitimately dismiss as like eye rolling inducing or and why. So it's reasonable to dismiss flat earth as silly because it doesn't, because in our existing understanding of the solar system and planets and stuff, we all have a good understanding based intuitively just with a lamp and a spinning globe to explain the seasons, for example. We have a means to explain the phases of the moon. We've got a reason to, we've got a way to explain the Earth, the sun apparently going across the sky and setting and stuff, right? We've got good explanations for those things. We can see other planets, right? And so if somebody wants to advocate in favor of a flat earth, then they need to provide ways in which that alternate construction of earth preferably explains things, preferably models what we see observationally over over the status quo understanding of things. Of course, there's no reason to believe that at all. There's etc. However, in contrast, evolution is an attempt to say because there's an apparently branching fossil record and a move from decreasing to increased complexity in terms of the arrival of species in that fossil record, that therefore genetic change over time as one species became more than one species via selection, etc. There's absolutely no reason to believe that explanation for anything. It's not consistent with observations. The Earth is a pyramid, huh? Flat Earth, round Earth, doesn't matter to me. All looks the same from my house. Good point, Bob. Rachel, you want
Sure.
to take over for a bit?
Hey, hi. Hey, Hambone. How are you? Look, I believe with this climate change that we're happening. Yeah, I'm his wife. I believe the world is flat because the heat wave has been going like straight across the world. So
There you go. It's flat.
yeah, but I'm just joking. I don't believe it's flat.
I believe the world is shaped like a spoon.
Ooh, I can like fiddle on the acoustic guitar, but I can't play anything. I don't know how to play. Like I know what to press and then like I said, like fiddle around with it. Hey, Sam Hyde.
You marry a great man.
Thank you. I did marry a great man. Our anniversary is coming up.
Yeah, it is.
Calvin Cameron, this is your shout out. Actually, I think it's more like what's that shape? I forget. Hey Carrot, what's going on?
It's the first anniversary.
I have a coin flipper that's like made by Lou that says yay or nay. You want me to flip it? Isaiah Rude? For yay or nay? Ooh, peppermint tea. That sounds like you. Do you live in like, are you like, well, you live in like a Ghibli world, but is that like cottagecore? We have two cats. We have this cat, Capio, the female, and Trouble. Okay, I'll flip it.
So do you believe in aliens, Rachel? Yeah.
I like what you said, that we're aliens who came here to live on Earth. We weren't meant to, but we like not adapted, but what the heck is it? Oh, here it is. Wait, what the?
It is not snowing in Mariposa, green fox arm. Your lungs have scarring tissue on the inside of them? How? Why? How's Mariposa life treating us, Rachel?
It's treating us well.
I like it here.
Me too. I like it here too.
World is crazy at this moment. The young people, they are depressed because of distraction. Can I say something on this topic?
Like distraction as in like too much internet activity? What the heck? Oh, here it is. I found it. Don't do anything yet. Isaiah Rude. Boba Fett is a little racist.
So I would say, yeah, people, it's very easy to distract yourself with shit these days.
It says yes, you should have that American spirit.
Yeah, it is a great retirement town to buy property. It's a good place to live. It's very low density population, low to no crime, um, and we're very isolated. You know, we're back here right between the Sierra National Forest and Yosemite National Park, so it's great.
I hear you, Green for some.
You're stuck in the Bay Area, huh? We're depressed because we can't buy homes and nice cars. That's why California especially sucks. I mean, it's true that young people are things have been worse for kids than parents since my generation is really the first generation of that. My dad's generation, the silent generation, that's before the boomers. He and my mom in the 60s were just had regular jobs as working for the army or working at an army base as a teacher, making not great money for the time or whatever. And but the amount of money they were making a year together combined was enough to pay for the house that they bought at $37,000. So it's like, in other words, their yearly salary was the same as the price of that house. That house we sold it for 1.25 million. Do you think any young people these days are making combined with their spouse $1.25 million a year? No. So I mean, the thing is, I'm Gen X, Sam Hyde. I have it made, maybe, but not because I enjoyed the benefits of cheap property and blah 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 blah. That was over before my time, really. Um, I'm fine because of an inheritance. It is harder for younger people, but what I would say in response to that, or in addition to that, is we don't know what the hell is going to happen in the next 5 or 10 years. I don't think there's ever been a decade ahead of us that's less predictable than a decade to come. Yeah, I dropped plenty of acid. I don't think bisexuality is an epidemic, Hambone. I do think that young people they they're not thinking probably in terms of if they're going to settle down to a single long-term spouse, how do they want that spouse to experience them? But that's me.
So you're saying,
And then when you do settle down with the person you want to be with, if you want to be in a long-term monogamous relationship, then understand that your partner is going to feel insecure, scared, whatever, for a variety of reasons. Well, and that's maximally so if you're maximally slutty, and that includes, having sex with men and women. Because then your partner's going to feel like there's no way they can really measure up to this huge assortment of whatever that you've already had.
there's a Sex and the City episode that deals with that, and in it, the main character Carrie's she's dating a guy who's bi, and she basically like doesn't know what to do with it, and like asks him. She gets paranoid and asks him like, "Ooh, do you think she's hot? Do you think he's hot?" Like she's like paranoid that he thinks that like everyone is hot. It's a little dated, but it's good that it brings up the topic because I think um I mean, I would wonder the same thing, I guess. I don't know. Soon we can swap out our parts like socks. I hope not.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to be able to swap out like that, you know. But maybe we'll see. It's like I said, the next decade is the hardest to predict decade ever. Nobody knows where the world's headed right now. I don't think.
No, I don't think so either. You take it.
Sam Hyde says we will soon have technology to find the perfect match for us with no flaws. I mean,
I don't know about
I
that.
don't think so.
Because they thought that you'd be able to meet the perfect match on apps, and no, it doesn't happen. And if it does, it's really rare.
The thing is, Sam Hyde, I think much more likely to have happen is that AI will become increasingly capable of engaging with you as though it were your ideal, what you think your ideal partner is, right? Like in truth, your ideal partner is a fully realized human being that has their own boundaries and you have yours, and there's an engagement with another person in terms of finding where and how you be on the same page. Rachel and I are really like optimally suited for each other, but it wasn't any technology that found her for me. It was she found me herself when watching YouTube, and I could learn from quite a lot of comments and chatting with her that uh, she seemed to like the stuff I did and the topics I talked about and had nice things to say, and in general seemed to be in favor of me in some fashion.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that's a good way to get a head start on your dating thing. Is first become a fan of someone's YouTube channel. Know that you like that person in full based on watching a lot of their YouTube material. Then wait for them to break up with their girlfriend, and then wait for them to ask for a new girlfriend, and then make some contact happen and inform him that you're over 30. That's 1878. What's 1878? 1855? 1855 is in 1878. Entirely different dates. Yeah, so anyway, Rachel and I met like 4 and 3/4 years ago, and we're going to be married a year and on July 9th.
Eighth.
It was easy to marry back then. Oh, 8th?
Mm-hmm.
8th. Well, I'm on my third wife, so it's obviously not that hard to get married now, too. It's just You know, I'm about to complete my education this month and I'm too boring. What I'm going to do? I live in Africa. I don't know, get a job? Um, Speaking of AI, here's one now. Creepy. Me and my husband are married for 5 years. I mean, those numbers are kind of close. Well, we haven't been married for 5 years. We're going to be married for 1 year, but we've been together for 5 years, approximately, coming up on five.
Yep, in September.
Rachel, I'm her first husband.
Yeah.
She was unmarried, no kids, when never married, never had any kids when I got her. So
Yep.
lucky me. Until you live together, you get somebody else. No, I mean Rachel and I lived together from the very start.
Mm-hmm.
It was an odd situation, but it put us, it was test by fire right from the outset.
Yeah, it was.
Well, I know you don't have a job. You're just finishing your education. What I'm saying, you're saying, what should you do after you finish your education? I'm saying, get a job. Take up, uh, take up jogging, maybe. Have you considered taking up jogging?
Ew, Luigi. I mean, do what you want, but
I'm gonna buy an AI girlfriend so I can have a threesome with his real girlfriend.
oh, an AI girlfriend. So that's like that movie, Her. So this guy goes through like either a divorce or a really bad breakup. And he comes home every day to his computer and he starts using this AI thing with the voice of Scarlett Johansson.
And the body of Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah, he ends up like having feelings for his body like Rosie O'Donnell.
She's 39. I am 53. So more like 50 and 40 rather than 80 and 30. But not the first time I've heard somebody, Rachel Watson, point out the fact that Rachel and I do not appear to be the same age. You may be stunned to hear this, but I've actually encountered many, many people pointing that out before. If you'd like, you could also talk about my baldness. That's one I hear a lot about. My teeth. That'd be fine too. Put her back on. Okay, here you go.
Who says that? Hi.
Serp
So,
Serpwanner.
Isaiah Rude, you could always shave your head. You know? I did. It might be cool for the summer too. Then you'll be able to see. I mean, yeah, I shaved my head. I was trying to cut my hair into a pixie, so I was using a 7, right? And then I'm like, oh, I can get closer. I can kind of shape this. So I was looking to shape it. And I took off the guard, the 7 guard, and put it on just the regular, and it went zit, and a full like line of my head was at a 1, I guess, or a 0. And I was like laughing at myself. I was like, well, no going back on this one now. I was like, I really hope that Eric doesn't like judge me for this. And it all shaved off. You want us to do karaoke?
I mean, I wouldn't mind comping some cover song with you singing it if you have something in mind you want to sing, if you feel like it. But I don't want to do karaoke per se, because that ends up with copyright stuff. I don't mind karaokeing covers with the guitar.
Oh, okay. We could play karaoke with guitar, like the Beatles and stuff. Oh, okay, sure. As Taylor Swift. Okay, we could do a Taylor Swift song. D-A-I-A-N-T 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, I'm keeping my hair, but like this is like 3 years ago. 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I already had a pixie, and I was trying to like save money, so I was trying to do it myself, and it would have been fine if I kept it at a 7, but Beatles are better than Taylor Swift. We can do both. He's not your dad.
You want to do In My Life?
Sure.
Not that one. Let's try those one, chords.
Thanks, Crystal Miller.
All right. Why don't we bring this over here?
The Beatles and Taylor Swift are not the same. Beatles are rock and roll, and Taylor Swift is pop and sometimes country.
Pop free.
Yeah, she's poppery. That's a big difference between them.
Okay, Rachel. You come here, I'll come here. Together we'll go and be so queer. Hey, let's switch sides with you. That way my poking end won't poke into you but away from you.
Okay. There are places I remember all my life, though some have changed, some forever, not for better. Some have gone,
And some
remain.
all
All
the
these
places had their
moments with lovers and friends. I still can recall.
some are dead and some are living. In my life I love
Them all.
but of all
These friends and lovers, there is no one compares with you, and these memories lose their meaning when I think of love as something new. Though I know
I'll never lose affection for people and things that went before. I know I'll often stop and think about them. In my life, I loved you more. That's good enough for that song. Let's see what else we got in store.
Thank you, thank you. That's a good one.
Yeah. there, and everywhere. Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good indeed. You sounded great.
Thanks, darling. You too.
Thanks. Is paperback writer too hard?
No, I don't think so. I think that one's pretty straightforward. Another good Beatles song I want to do is I'm Only Sleeping.
Well, that's a good one. Hi, New Zealand. It's good in Mariposa, California. Tomorrow is starting the heat wave.
No matter what you read my book and take me as a ride, will you take a look? It's based on a novel by a man named Lear, and I need a job, so I want to be a paperback writer. Paperback writer. It's a dirty story of a dirty man, and his claiming wife doesn't understand. His son is working for the tailor man. It's a steady job, but he wants to be a paperback writer. Paperback writer. Paperback writer, writer. It's 1,000 pages, give or take a few. I'll be writing more in a week or two. I can make it longer if you like the style. I can change it around, and I wanna be a paperback writer. Paperback writer. If you really like, you could have the rights. You can make $1 million for overnight. You must return each sentence here, but I need a break, and I wanna be a paperback writer. Paperback writer. Paperback writer. Writer. That's a very simple song.
It really is. I don't know why it sounds like it would be difficult. I don't know. Jesus loves you too, Kat.
Key flat. I need to modulate this up a half step.
I heard that Prince of Persia was like a big game back in the day. I never played it though. Thank you, Keely.
How do I modulate it? This one might be a little challenging.
Okay.
Let's try a different one. Let's try try this one.
Okay. cute song.
It's a fun little song.
Yo, Paul's songs from Fall's songs are so different.
Well, the song we did for Here to Making My Meow, 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 that song is really quite a complicated composition. The other ones are super short, super simple ones, you know. Let's do Gregory.
Okay.
This is an Eric and Rachel song. So, you know, you're always probably ill-advised to play your own songs after the Beatles, but we're gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, why not?
He's
Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Hurts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Hurts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them.
onto the bridge, bring the new approach. Sneakily, he'll try to encroach upon the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them.
He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Over his eyes, he doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Over his eyes, he doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them.
'Cause
He's Gregory in disguise. You're done.
Great job.
Great job to you too.
Dang, who frauded you out of that money? Who frauded us out of what money? D-Hogs are going to have to be a lot clearer in what you're referring to. How do you just name a disabled Asian baby? Something wrong. Something wrong. That's it's funny. I like that Eland Acts. It's good stuff. Let's go stand outside for a second. I'm gonna do that with my coffee and my cigarette substitute. Inadequate though it might be. How do you, so that says, how do you know if an Asian robbed your house? Your cat is gone and your homework is done. Okay. Funny, yes. Racist, also yes. A comedian one time made a joke. It was like this. There was this Asian couple at a stoplight, and I wasn't paying attention, and I rear-ended them. So, you know, we called the cops and everything. Cop came in and was like, "What did they do? Back into you?" Hilarious jokes. Are those the edibles kick in? I guess so. I guess that's probably why I'm not as gacked out as I might otherwise expect myself to be in the status quo. Okay. I've heard that a variant of that joke before, but it really doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense because, I mean, at least for me, my boner points straight up. You know, it doesn't point out like this. So, plus it's just that region is not as far forward. My whole hips and groin area is not as far forward as my chest and my face are, you know. I have a relatively long nose. Not that that's particularly relevant in this particular equation because the point isn't that my nose is long or anything specific about the length of my wiener so much as the fact that an erect penis doesn't point straight out away from you. It points straight up in the air, pushed up against your body. So that's why I don't think that makes any sense. Am I smoking crack? Not at the moment. Are you offering some? Mom, meow, meow, keeps offering me crack. Meow, 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 stop offering her crack. Yeah, stop offering me crack, okay? It's not appropriate for me to do it. I'm just a baby. Newborn babies shouldn't smoke crack. Oh, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll leave you in Rachel's very competent hands. Are you still in Washington, Hambone? They throw pots and pans down the stairs. That's a silly joke. Nobody names their children that way. Trouble, just chill out. I have to go to the bathroom, then maybe after that I will go look at you for a second. But.
Oh, yes, sir, he is. Elon asks, where did you get these jokes from? Like, your racist uncle? I mean, not totally racist, but racist joke uncle.
Stop Asian hate.
I'm doing something on Instagram. 253. Is that your tri-type, Hambone? No. It couldn't be. Could it? I don't know. Oh, congratulations, Hambone, on your graduation. That is good. Oh, that's your area code. Thank you, George. Yeah, I didn't think it was a tri-type because I'm like, I think 2 and 3 are in the same group. Helen X is a minor. That's why I was asking him if he got the jokes from his racist uncle. I have to finish something. See, I'm doing stuff on Instagram.
Rachel, do you think you feel the edibles?
Not yet.
Do you think you feel less jacked than you did before?
Yes.
That's what I think the edibles do.
That makes sense. That's nice. Our old mama granny cat died earlier this year, and I have two strays trying to force their way here. Oh, lots of fights. Oh, I hate that. I hate when that happens. I'm sorry to hear that. The age gap between us, or the age difference between us, is 14 years. I'm 39, he's 53. Oh, do you have Instagram? I don't mind making it public. Hold on. I'll share it. So you can follow. You see the inside. Him. So follow, and I'll follow you back. June 18th, what did I have for the 1st? June 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd. 1st, I had this. 2nd.
What you got there, Trouble?
Don't call me that, George. And I'm from Mariposa, California. Yeah, the cat is sleeping. Her name's Capio. Hi, John Doe. I could say hi, John Doe. uh, yeah, indeed. I don't think she wants to be pet right now. She doesn't really like to be pet when she's sleeping. I'm looking for pictures to show in my thing.
Yeah, to you too. Richard Martinez. Hambone can't stand Instagram, but listen, Instagram is a perfect marriage of old and young, combining the technology of the telegram with the technology of instant breakfast, Carnation Instant Breakfast. Uh, we came up with Instagram. Goodbye, Crystal. Good night. Sleep well. Hey, America First 223. Good morning from Scotland, says Black Star. Good evening from uh, Mariposa, California. We are, I think, about to go outside again because I'm going to look at this plant that's kind of falling over and see exactly what's going on there. It's falling over because it's, well, there's a few possible reasons. Regardless, we're supposed to start this super heat wave tomorrow, and supposed to have temperatures where the high is at least 105 for a week straight. So I'm anticipating that it's just falling over that way, unfortunately. I think I need to maybe stake it, but I just let it do its thing. See what tomorrow brings in terms of the temperature and stuff. Hope for the best. What could I use as a stake, potentially? I don't really have a good staking pole. Well, I do down in the shed. I don't know if I want to go all the way down to the shed. Is there any stake in here? No. No stakes. You know what? It doesn't need to be staked right this second. It's fine. It'll be fine. It just needs to accept Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior. I'm pretty sure that's the problem it has. That planet's not Christian enough. So I watched a video explaining why it is that moths and stuff go to a light, are attracted to a flame. And surprisingly, it's not that they are attracted to the flame, it's that they're trying to fly straight. But because the light that they're flying around is so like not diffuse, local. They keep misevaluating what the sensory data means to suggest to themselves that they're flying not flat, It's Interesting video. Oh, you saw that video too, Fly Guy? It's interesting, huh? Money Boy Jack says, "Stop, big boy. What do you want me to stop doing? Would you like me to stop being so damn sexy? Is it interfering with your game?" Meow. Don't worry, Money Boy Jacks. I am a happily married man who's committed to his wife. You don't have to worry about me stealing any girls from out from underneath you. Okay? They're all yours. Except, of course, for my wife. You didn't actually see it, but it was recommended. Yes, he is a very nice pussycat. He's also kind of a pain in the ass, but we love him anyway. His name's Trouble, because he is trouble. But nevertheless, we love him. User says, pop, wide something. I need my glasses. He likes me to watch him eat, but he's just really being spoiled. We're not nearly as willing to accommodate his strange babyishness as we once were, but I'll still occasionally get suckered into watching him eat a bit. He's so neurotic, that cat. What you doing? That's what it says. Is that what the cat's saying? Is what you doing? Oh, I see. You mean, oh, WYD is what you doing, broski. Right. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. I need to remember that one. I think I've encountered it before, but I don't always remember these things the first or second time I encounter them. Sometimes I have to encounter it a few times. That cat was not a good mouse cat. It's not a particularly good mouse catcher. However, this cat is straight up killer. She's an OG killer. She kills mice, lizards, anything that she can get her little kitty kill tools around. One time when we were in LA, she brought to me a baby rabbit. She'd snapped its neck right in half, brought it to me. Trouble's just not particularly good at hunting, I don't think. He's not that interested in hunting like Capillo is, because he's more interested in just eating cat food. But when Capillo hunts things and kills them or brings them inside, Trouble is the one who will actually eat the creature that gets brought in. Trouble eats mice. I've been woken up on a couple of occasions with this crunching sound, and I look. I'm like, oh God. I get up, I look down the hall, and there's Trouble sitting in front of the bathroom just crunching away on a half of a mouse. He just consumed the whole thing, too. It's crazy. Bones and all. Trouble was a stray originally. I think there was a time when he had to hunt, and he also probably survived on, like, leftovers from people or trash or whatever. Maybe some people fed him occasionally. But then once he fully became our cat, he's kind of obsessed with his plate of cat food. Like it's like somebody who grew up in the Great Depression. They're not really confident there'll be food there. I wish they weren't such amazing predators. I try to tell them, just be at peace with the woodland friends. You don't need to kill them. But they don't listen to me. These cats, they've got their own morality. It's different than mine. Oh, that's a juicy bong rip. Well, I guess I'll wrap this up pretty soon here. It was fine. I didn't mind this live stream at all. It was pretty good. Vape meth like a real man. I don't have any meth to vape, David Flores. Unfortunately, if I did, believe me, I would smoke that shit. But I would not vape it. That's not how you deal with that. Not a good way to consume that. What is up with you, Ismail ACC? Hi, Carlos Paiva. How are you? And your ways?
I want to know what you think about 3 planets being in retrograde. Saturn, Pluto, and Neptune. Neptune's tomorrow.
Well, obviously your sexiness planet ain't in retrograde.
Thank you!
Which 3 planets are they?
Saturn, Pluto, and Neptune.
I don't need any of those 3 planets. Let them be in retrograde. Saturn's just all about, like, let's do chores or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Neptune's all about, like, hey, my feelings.
Yep.
And Pluto doesn't even know it's just a planet.
Yeah, it's true.
So they can all be as retrograde as they want. Thank you, thank you. I was righteously mad. You mean you agreed with my being angry? Well, I agreed with my being angry too, I guess. I don't think it's necessarily... I was kind of trying to figure out afterwards what made me snap so hardcore, you know? The thing is, I was just trying to articulate things that are matters of concern, including pandemics, which include harms from the actual, presumably, bioweapon released, and harms from the horrible misadventure of public policy ensuing. Have I been watching the football? Oh, I have been watching the football, Blackstar. Let me tell you, I watched the United States lose to Uruguay tonight. I watched Portugal and England both slip by the skin of their chinny chin chins. I don't know if Trouble has cat psychopathy, but I do think he
has cat anxiety.
He's got CPTSD.
Mm-hmm.
He's got complex post-traumatic stress disorder. For a cat, though.
I don't like to diagnose. I don't like to diagnose people. But yeah, I think it's tough to like. But yeah, he definitely has CPSTD. What is it?
CPTSD is complex PTSD. But then he has CCPTSD because he has complex cat PTSD.
Yeah, it does.
By the way, Rachel, check Discord, says Carlos.
My Discord's been like bothering me lately. I'm sorry if I've been silent. It's been like suggesting like dumb stuff, and I was like, oh, where?
Well, I did feel disrespected because in this instance it was like talking to a doctor who on one occasion in the past I deferred on some specifically medical point on the grounds that she played trust my expertise. Where do you have your MD in? And I was like, okay, fine. In this instance, the idea that somehow I cannot correctly process data in conjunction with public policy matters, or do analysis across different um, studies. Like that's what typically meta-analysis means in the literature. But it's just like, okay, lady, you just got too big for your britches. I sent you a vid you might like there.
Thank you. I'm checking it out. They're making me like take this quiz thing. It asked me, and I was to answer. What area do you attend the most shows? Well, here now, West Coast, but
Yeah,
the
put that then.
what are you interested in?
Why is Discord asking you
I
these
don't know.
questions?
I wish I knew. I
Can
don't
you
know.
just skip it?
No, I tried to. That's why I've been avoiding it. I'm into like specific gaming, sports, TV, movies, hobbies.
Let's go, Brandon, says Cornbread Man. Okay, I'm not Brandon, but that's fine. I'm not Brandon, but I am Susan Sarandon. A lot of people think that Susan Sarandon is dead. Actually, I'm Susan Sarandon in disguise.
So you Susan Sarandon and discuss.
Are you still trying to do that?
No, I did it. I finished it.
Did
I got
it?
in.
Alright, yeah.
Yeah, and he sent me a video. It's, what's happening? What on earth is happening? Video show with Mark Passio. Episode 217, July 28th, 2019. Tarot's Major Arcana, a revelation of personal and societal progress.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Cornbread Man says, have you been smoking pot? I have been smoking a little bit of pot, yes.
So have I.
So is Rachel. And we also had marijuana edibles earlier.
Yes, and our cats are around us when we smoke, so they probably inhaled some of it too.
Yeah. We don't try to get them high.
No, not at all.
But they are exposed to some secondhand smoke.
Especially Pee-Pee. Pee-Pee doesn't mind at all, but Trouble doesn't like it. He'll walk away.
Capita has been raised with it next to her whole life.
Yeah.
Who that other now kind of old one I'm thinking of? I don't know who you're thinking of. Boy, it is really cold in here. You can really see my breath.
My short hair was pretty cute.
What is cute?
My short hair was pretty cute.
Oh, yeah. You're cute in all your incarnations, darling.
Thanks.
Well. What's going on around here now? I'm a papa hit the bong. Love America. I also love America. And maybe it is the case that I could be doing something more productive. Maybe it is the case that I kind of am thinking like the Addy and the Eddies just kind of canceled each other out a little bit, which is not what I was really looking for, but I also feel just kind of generally weird a little bit. Which is not a bad thing to feel, you know. Nah, for real, says Fortnite739. Why would you do anything other than live your life the way you want when you only live once? Well, I agree with you, Cornbread Man. However, the question of exactly how you want to live your life is a trickier one than maybe it at first seems, at least for me. I know I want to indulge in smoking bong rips and live streaming, but I also know I'd like to make some make some kind of long form videos occasionally, but I tend to default to the lazier, less effort thing. So the question then becomes, how much do I put myself out of my comfort zone to feel achievement or attainment of things as a value, or how much do I reject that as a value in favor of just being happy in the moment more or something? What's crack-a-lackin' from Ontario, Canada? Fist bump to you, Canada flag. Hi, Jimmy McLovin, and welcome. Latrice Lavelle says, hey, SIF. SIF. I don't know what a SIF is. Oh, sir. Well, hello to you, Latrice Lavelle. Cornbread Man says, what's the greatest bit of advice you give to a 25-year-old that you've learned as you've gotten older? Well, I have various. I'm asked this question relatively often because I encounter new faces fairly often, and it's commonly enough asked question. So I have a few answers that I give. The most universalizable piece of advice I could give is poop when you can. Don't wait until you have to poop to poop. Poop when you can. Okay, that's number one. Number two is one thing I've learned as I've gotten older is the regrets that hurt the most are the ones where you failed morally. Either you were actively bad, being cruel or mean or something, you were actively, like medium actively bad, as in, uh, like deceive somebody for self interest at their expense, but you weren't actively trying to hurt them, right? But it just you treated them as a means to an end. And then additionally, there's when you failed to do something that you feel you ought to have done. So those are three kinds of regrets that qualify as moral failings. Those are the ones that hurt the most. That hurts most more um, than like opportunities not taken, or really even embarrassing yourself. Embarrassing yourself hurts a lot too for me. That's FE third.
I have a question. Do you think this statement is true? We all have something within us that the world needs.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it may not be unique to us.
That's true. It's, yeah, other people can see the unique is better than we can ourselves sometimes, for sure, right?
No, well, what I'm saying is, let's say the world needs a certain amount of things that Eric has to offer,
Mm-hmm.
right? It doesn't mean Eric's the only one who has those things to offer. So the world may get them from somebody else. It may need something that I have to offer, but it doesn't need it from me.
Okay. That was from Sailor Moon Wisdom.
Hmm.
You know that anime.
That is a good poll question. Good pointless one. Maybe I should put that as one. Does the world need what did it originally say?
I'll find it.
It's fine. I think it said, does the world need?
No, it doesn't need the. Hold on, I'll find it.
Am I religious? I self-identify as a Christian, but I would not call myself particularly religious.
We all have something within us that the world needs.
Okay, where is the keyboard? Over there. I'll make this a true-false poll then. We all have something within us the world needs.
That the world needs, not to be picky, sorry.
True? False.
Rolling skills are definitely something that is people need. I need people who have rolling skills. Eric's my roller.
So Latrice LaBelle, don't be a nice guy, be yourself, is probably excellent advice to somebody who has a tendency to prioritize the interests of other people over their own interests to a fault or to their own detriment. Then that's great advice, right?
Isn't it good? I like being nice to people though.
Yeah, but if in fact you're when you make an error, it's going to be to over prioritize another's interest at your own expense. Then your advice to yourself would um, be nice, but don't forget to look out for number one.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Nothing is needed if it's a simulation. Well, I mean, the question of whether it's a simulation depends on there are a number of different understandings of the simulation that presume different realities. So, like, if quote unquote we are in a simulation, and only some of us are quote unquote player characters, then some of us have a biological body someplace else that is in some kind of simulation pod. We're not aware of that. And then other people in the world might be wholly simulated. If in fact the whole thing is simulated, then we don't really have any meaningful distinction between simulation and not simulation. The only people who do are the people who simulated the whole thing to observe it for whatever reason. So let's say some future humans or aliens or whatever are simulating this entire universe to observe it and draw conclusions from that, then it can't be a simulation if it's predetermined. If you sequentially execute a succession of tasks according to a pre-planned order of operations, that's not a simulation. That's not what a simulation is. Okay, well, I mean, simulation, I'm not sure explains the double slit experiment so much as the idea of observation being, all reality supervening upon observation. That doesn't necessitate it to be a simulation. What if the future has already happened and we're lagging behind in another dimension? Well, Mr. Kev, what would that look like? In other words, how would that be distinct from the status quo as it appears to us? Jesus was a hybrid and his dad's an alien. Okay. Your observation is a simulation. Okay. So, I mean, it's conceivable that, my my experience of observing something is simulated for some other party to observe. In that case, I could be entirely simulated. Accordingly, whatever understanding that we have in the status quo that distinguishes between that which is simulated and that which is actual is a meaningless distinction because there's nobody on Earth who's got a body someplace else for whom this experience is being simulated. It has to be simulated for somebody, right? If it's either and you are either projected into the simulation as per your body's in a sim pod somewhere, or nobody is, but then there still has to be somebody outside who's created it and is observing it. Aliens, future humans, whatever. In other words, the term simulation necessitates that there be biological reality somewhere. I didn't say anything about God unless you were defining God as that which is responsible for this reality that we're in which case it could be anything ranging from natural phenomena with no agency or intentionality uh, up and through any kind of magical super being. Abuse of words has been the great instrument of sophistry and chicanery of party, faction, and division of society. So true, John Adams. So true, you wise, wise man. What do I think the pyramids were used for? Um, I suspect that they were actually used as power generating facilities in an ancient advanced civilization that predated Egypt and that was essentially um, eviscerated at the end of the Younger Dryas period due to massive flooding that covered basically the whole earth. I buy that. It seems like the most cogent explanation for it. There's plenty of reason to believe it, right? The level of precision in the pyramids in terms of their orientation, what they reveal about how much the people who built them knew about the earth. They knew the size of the earth, they knew the circumference of the earth. Um, the high sophistication of technology required to make those things, I buy it. I mean, we don't know because look, Daniela Palacios, uh, you're talking about um, a theory that says we don't know what was going on before the Younger Dryas period, in which there was a massive there was a massive extinction event that flooded the whole world, probably because of solar activity melting the ice caps kind of all of a sudden. And and I mean, I don't really want to make the whole case here, Carlos, but there's plenty of good reason to believe that there were advanced civilizations extant in humanity's history prior to the end of the Younger Dryas that got wiped out in a single cataclysmic event, and that the pyramids and the Sphinx are leftovers of that period. So, accordingly, what most of all I think is that we don't really know, and it's ridiculous to insist on this orthodoxy regarding the explanation of ancient civilizations and stuff. There's no, like, for example, there's no mention in any of the myriad hieroglyphics that are all over the place, but are not in the pyramids, by the way. There's no mention in any of those hieroglyphics of the Egyptians building the pyramids. Do you think they might make some hieroglyphics about how long they spent building these pyramids?
Well, yeah. It's just like the Empire State Building, like they have construction maps and stuff. It would be talked about. So are there mummies in there? Why are the mummies there?
There are no mummies in the pyramids. There never were. Nobody's ever found any concrete reason to say that they were tombs.
What the fuck? Why have we been told for so many years? Like I literally have like pictures on my phone from a museum of like rocks from like tombs.
Well, I mean, it's just because people want an explanation rather than ambiguity, right? And then people have their careers locked in with a certain orthodoxy, and then they go, I'm going to defend what is consistent with my
So where are these tombs and dead bodies?
Well, they're actually like underground things, right? Like they had to excavate King Tut's tomb, which means they dug down underneath the ground, right?
Yeah.
And found it there. You didn't have to excavate the pyramids.
I feel so dumb.
But there's another thing that's very strongly suggestive of advanced civilization well before when current archaeologists say. And this is, let's see, smooth caves in India. The video. All right, so there are these caves. I watched this video yesterday that was about these caves. I don't know if this was the video or not, but they're called the Bar Caves, and the thing is, they're incredible bits of it's impossibly clean kind of stonework, right? The geometry of it is incredibly precise. They talked to a bunch of stonemasons in this video I saw that they did a bunch of 3D modeling of it and shit like that. And it's it's basically impossible that it was made by the same civilization that made all these other things that are much rougher, have none of the same kind of like incredibly technical precision that these things have. Which one did I watch though? Here. So I watched this one, which is actually
It's granite.
a 2 hour long documentary on the subject. It was quite fascinating. It's very convincing. It's very convincing
It's convincing of what?
that this cave came from much old, like way before the time period that archaeologists attribute to it. In other words, that this thing is impossible to make with ancient world technology or systems that are known at all by anybody. That it must have been made by a much farther back kind of technology. Watch this and you'll be pretty convinced. Okay, so
So, like, why in my life did I think that mummies were in the pyramids?
because that's what we were told is that they were tombs. No, no. Actually, Winston's mom, that's not the case. They found what they purport to be boxes that mummies once were in, but they've not actually found any mummies inside any of the great pyramids, the three great pyramids. It's not
It's
true.
crazy.
And the point is, even if they had found these things, found some sort of mummies in a pyramid, the pyramids bear no resemblance to the tombs that we've seen for say Tutankhamun and stuff like that, right? There is uh, well developed aquifers underneath the pyramids. There is sign
Wow.
of there's a lot of good reason to believe that we do not understand what the pyramids were for, how they were used, or whatever. There's a lot of good reason to believe, additionally, that they were not suddenly put up in a very relatively short period of time during the reign of Pharaoh Mehmed, back at a time when they didn't even have steel. They had copper tools and shit. We have good reason to believe not that the Egyptians had secret technology, not that aliens came back and yeah, the Sphinx and the pyramids both predate ancient Egypt, and they were the product of a earlier civilization, the remnants of which were washed out in an extinction level event at the end of the Younger Dryas period. There's good reason to believe that. Hi, Thai My Fights, or whatever your name is. And there are also underwater pyramids in many places, says Carlos Paeva. So the thing is, I don't know about Mayan pyramids or anything, but the three great pyramids of Egypt are structured with lots of different slanted passageways, elements, etc., structural designs that were put there for some reason, right? If you're imagining that all of these designs were put there because the pharaoh thought that's how his tomb needed to be, well, it's not implausible. Like the the Winchester House in San Jose turned out the way it was because the lady was scared of ghosts. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean that it's implausible to consider the pyramids might have been used for something else that we don't understand yet.
Yeah.
It's not remotely implausible. Is it implausible to imagine the pyramids might predate ancient Egypt? That there might be a much older civilization that was destroyed in a global cataclysm?
Yeah.
It's very plausible to me. There's plenty of good reason to suspect that based on um, the fact that we've got a record of such an event occurring not that many years ago, you know? So I get this feeling often that we've had all this, like, we come from this technology. I mean, like, we are just lifting veils and we are understanding more, so it reveals itself to us. They are piezoelectric generators or communicators, probably. Right. I think that they're electricity generators as well. Um, but it would make sense that things like that size, made in that fashion, would survive uh, a great global flood intact, whereas um, basically not much else would, right? Yeah, because look, there have been myriad extinction events, right? Uh, Over the course of the geologic record. So if you look at um, what's called the end of the Younger Dryas period, if you look at the fossil record and such, it shows one such kind of global cataclysm kind of event that was uh, consistent with one of a couple of possible explanations. Either a fairly large asteroid hits near the poles, melting much of water all at once, or it might be consistent with an extreme solar flare event hitting the poles, melting all the water all at once, etc. So it would also explain why all the various cultures all around the world have a flood myth, right? Have a great flood myth. You could try to explain it as just a commonality in terms of archetypes or whatever, but it could be that the remnants of civilization started in various pockets around the world, uh, and all began with the same traumatic cataclysmic event having destroyed the civilization that predated that. It's a perfectly reasonable speculation, you know, and it answers a lot of questions better than the existing explanations for things like the pyramids, the fact that you've got um, you've got sections of the archaeological record that are just gone because of big global events that happen. Either like multiple volcanoes go off, so you've got this layer of ash where everything kind of dies, or whatever, you know. The biggest mystery in life is what happens when we die. We worry our whole life to worry about when we die. Have y'all heard of nos confundem terra infinita? No, I've never heard of that. Where did I leave my coffee? In your mom's puss.
Oh no.
New continent North Negation, found in 1885. Never heard of it. Oh. Well. Right. So the thing is, when you start entertaining some possibilities that aren't consistent with certain, I guess you'd say, academic orthodoxies, uh, then you end up brushing elbows unavoidably with people who dispute all orthodoxies. The thing is, it is the case that science, like any other institutionalized kind of thing, is subject to becoming enslaved to its orthodoxies. But most things in science don't work that way, particularly. Like, certainly not in physics or astrophysics. There's an ever extant acceptance that some better explanations might come in and displace existing ones. But in other fields, people are much more insistent that stuff maybe doesn't run afoul of politicized shit, and or, like, you know, evolutionary scientists are committed to the idea of evolution explaining species, and that ends up shutting down a lot of possible exploration of, you know, how does all this complexity work? It would certainly seem that there'd have to be an awareness on some level of something within, say, a genome to morph itself purposefully towards niche availability, rather than it just happening randomly by a mutation, because, first of all, that implies that the thing in its extant state is inadequate in some fashion for the existing ecosystem, and yet is extant, which means it must have adequacy of the species to begin with, right? So all kinds of contradictions like that. You have to define things one way or the other, and it's pin things down someplace, right? So it puts us in a tricky spot. You've got some people, in general, what you have are people treating now inquiry itself, analysis itself, as though it were what politics has become. Just make sure you're on the right team. You're either on wacky, crazy team who thinks meow, meow, meow might not be true, like the flat earthers, or you're on sane science team who understands that conventionally understood scientific truths are true. Or you've got, like, you're a sheep with your eyes closed, science boy. If you really believed in science, you'd be open to the possibility that evolution fails to explain speciation. Or you are, etc. You get the gist of it. Those edibles did enough to make me less fluid/fluent in my talking about things, which is slightly annoying. But, if that's my worst complaint for the day, being slightly annoyed, then yam yaggy. All right, turn this off. Come back in here. Look at the chat. I didn't get a drink still. Well, I'm not saying the pyramids were made by something other than humans. I'm saying that it's quite plausible that there were civilizations older than the ones that we think of as the first civilizations that were wiped out in some kind of global cataclysm, and that some artifacts that we see, but very few, due to the nature of the destructive nature of the event, predate that event, and certain things of the so-called ancient world are better explained by a more advanced civilization that predates ancient Egypt, for example, or ancient Greece. That poor kid was begging for food. What poor kid was begging for food? Father, I wish you a long life. This is a wish from the heart. Well, thanks, Erop Wadi Hob. Good day to you from America. Dusty Italian says, I'm not trolling, I'm serious. I don't know what to do. It's depressing. Take it someplace else. Figure out what to do with some other live stream. Not with me. Okay? Shivam Gupta says each cycle is made of 4 yugs: Dwapar, Treta, Yagar, and Kal Yug. You just making shit up? It sounds like you're just making shit up. High fatal exception. Do I know the Paracas skulls? No. A handful of medieval Bavarian farming hamlets populated mostly by blue-eyed blondes. More than a dozen women with dark hair, dark eyes, and unusual elongated skulls would have stood out. One of the strangest things I've ever seen, said the anthropologist from Israel. I don't buy it that they were treaty brides or whatever, says that guy.
When I went to campus of UNC, I stuck out like a sore thumb. Like everyone had blonde hair, blue eyes.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm. I don't know what to make of that. The long skull ladies of Miyagi Mia. So, okay. I think I am about ready to wrap this up now. And I think what I'd like to do, maybe watch some of this, yeah, with Rachel. Am I still doing them? I do still do them sometimes, but
Thanks, Winston's mom.
did we go through all 4 stages? I don't know what you're referring to there. All right, so I will check this one out too, but I don't believe these things were built by aliens. I think possibly things that don't make sense in the ancient world as we understand it are maybe built by an older civilization. All right, so anyway, thanks a lot for being here, and don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.